told
Right,
that.
we tried over.
Already told that. Great.
And it wasn't that much, I just went on. You need to eat, and I only said, oh.
And, but,
Yeah. Cause I believe a little, you know, you're welcome.
I can't get the back up. You mind? Well, sure.
You're good.
You didn't hear me?
No, I didn't, you wanna start a little bit while you're starting, or you wanna wait? Okay, we'll wait.
Done, I like the haircut.
Thank you.
I didn't even recognize you.
It'll grow back.
Yeah.
Doesn't for everybody.
No, not for me, brother. Once I cut it, it ran away. I got more in my hair. Yeah, couldn't catch up.
All right, we're going to get this rolling. I would ask everyone to please stand for the pledge of allegiance for our finance committee meeting. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We'll take a roll call. Councilmember Gully.
Here.
Councilmember Figueroa.
Here.
Councilmember Steele. Present. Councilmember Mann. Here. Councilmember Conley Wilson. Present. Councilmember Soriento. Here. And Council President Mantello is here. We have 7 present, 0 absent. Thank you, Maria. All right. So the agenda tonight, we are voting on the proposed 2024 budget. We have gone through several hours of meetings, public hearings, you name it, conversations, discussions on the mayor's proposed budget. And this evening, we're going to have a number of other conversations. We have some amendments that have been proposed. For the council, the order we are going to go in is ordinance 83 first, ordinance 82 second, resolution 109 third, and ordinance 81 last. And 81 is the budget. We're going to give Andy, after resolution 109, a little bit of time to go into his office, work out the numbers, and then come back for the potential restructure budget based on the amendments that passed. So now we'll open it up to the public forum. Would anyone in the audience like to speak on any item on the agenda? Okay, we're going to close the public forum, go right into ordinance 83, ordinance amending chapter 216 of the Tri-State Code. Council member Steele at the request of the administration. Is there a motion? So moved. Motion, Council member Conley Wilson. Is there a second? Second, Council member Min. Just so folks out there are aware, this is raising the municipal golf course fees. We're looking at a single pass going for a resident from 1,200 to 1,400, non-resident 1,500 to 1,700. And then the passes will continue on. The junior pass is proposed not to increase. And then we're looking at the tournaments, those fees going up by $2 a piece for resident, non-resident, and then the weekday non-resident senior special for the non-resident will go up $2. We have correct daily fees also, not just the tournaments, they will also go up $2 for resident, $2 for non-resident. So we have a motion, we have a second on the discussion. I'll take a slow roll on these. Councilmember Gully,
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa, Councilmember Steele,
I would just like to say, I think it's nominal increases and it's the start of us beginning to recoup the investments we've made in the golf course. So I'm pleased to support it and
okay. Councilmember Mann? Yes. Councilmember Conley Wilson? Yes. Councilmember Soriento?
no.
And Council President Mantello, a couple of things here. As we talked about during the budget meetings, our golf course, we have pumped, quite a bit of money, a phase 10 approach. We're finally, seeing the course become a true gem. My opinion though, we did raise these fees last year. I'd like to skip a year, maybe look at next year. 2 years in a row, I think is a little bit costly. I know they're nominal, so I am going to vote no at this time. So ordinance 83 carries 5-2. All right, now we're going to jump to ordinance 82. Ordinance amending the code of rules and regs of the Department of Public Utilities to establish new water and sewer rates. Councilmember Steele at the request of the administration. Is there a motion? So moved. Motion, Councilmember Conley Wilson. Is there a second? Second. Second, Councilmember Men. Discussion.
Council President.
Yep, Councilmember Gully.
Andy, I know we spoke about this before on this raise and the water rate. Can you tell me, this is part of this rate goes towards the lead program in the city, right, to help us keep that moving forward?
Yes, the operating expenditures, it's the Department F 8389 underwater, that's for the lead program exclusively.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
And Andy, average household, what are we looking at? I think you quoted 70 something bucks a year.
Average family of 4, 2 young kids, $5 a quarter.
And Andy, this is per se not the lead pipe water replacement program. It's to continue.
It's, so the lead department was new in 2023 funded fund balance. So this is the first time it's being funded through the budget.
Mhm.
Other reasons, the contractual salary increases, pension increases, health insurance increases, operating expenditure increases, and debt service increases.
And this is for the public also, some questions that came about the municipalities who are contracted with us under certain agreements will also see an increase, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I believe North Greenbush, East Greenbush, Manans, and maybe Rensselaer.
I'm pulling it right now. Brunswick, Scottico, Postonville. Let's see it.
I think you said North Greenbush and this one, the Greenbushes were in there.
No, Greenbush is a different rate. North Greenbush is a different rate.
I only have 4 more weeks of control of that. But saying that, do you know it was up to 78 in here? 78, yeah.
Thank you.
Were you hot, Andy?
Yeah.
I saw your face getting red. I didn't know if you were getting embarrassed or if it was the temperature. Okay, so not the Greenbush.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Further questions, discussion, we'll take a slow roll. Councilmember Gully.
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa. Councilmember Steele.
Yes,
Councilmember Mitt. Yes. Councilmember Conley Wilson. Yes. Councilmember Soriento. Yes. Council President Mantello. Yes. 7 ayes, 0 noes. Ordinance 82 carries. Now we'll jump to resolution 109. Resolution 109, resolution adopting the mayor's recommended budget for the city of Troy for fiscal year 2024, or adopting an amended budget for the city of Troy for fiscal year 2024. This is an amended resolution, council members seal at the request of the administration. So on this one, we are going to go through each amendment, individually in the category that they were presented. I really want to thank Andy, for putting this together. So, for folks out there, you'll see the amendments hopefully on the website, Schedule A. Okay, so the first one, and we'll let the, council members, discuss, that you will note that the golf fees, just passed. So we're okay with that one. We can skip, number one. No, you still have, oh, I got it. Yep.
Need you to amend it
Yeah.
into the budget.
Okay, fair enough. All right, so number one, we have the golf fees. You did just vote for the code. This is the actual budget amendment, and I apologize. So this is the golf fees at the request of the administration. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion, Councilmember Steele, is there a second? Second, Councilmember Conley Wilson, discussion? I think we just spoke about it, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? No, nay. The amendment carries, so number one will carry. Number two, this, I will, the addition of a full-time city engineer, removal of funding for part-time city engineer, and defer the hiring of the project supervisor from April to July. I will let council members Steele in her pockets discuss this if you're interested.
Certainly. Thank you, Council President. And I'll defer to my members as well, but let me just say that we heard in the budget hearings repeatedly that there is a tremendous need for a full-time county engineer. I think what we've suggested here, to defer the project supervisor, to allow the full-time engineer to get on board and see what the responsibilities would be needed in that position, makes sense. And so that would create some savings there. A lot of the money that we're using to defer this, to offset this, actually comes from temporary services, which we were using to farm out and to hire consultants. I think we all agree, or many of us agree, that the city needs its own city engineer to oversee the many projects that we have underway now and hopefully will be undertaking in the future. So I'm definitely in support of this.
Chair,
Councilmember Gully.
Andy, the temporary salaries, that 100,000, I know we used 80,000, was that just outside consultant service, or was that our the temporary, we have that?
The $90,000 reduction is the part-time salaries for the city engineer. So it's moving it part-time and full-time.
I misspoke, sorry.
So my question is, was there other uses with that funding and temporary salaries besides just the part-time engineer that was with the city?
Yes, there's a current part-time employee in engineering for other, that handles other projects as well.
And do we know how much of temporary salaries we needed to cover that person's
There's
liability?
$10,000 remaining for that individual's services to the city.
This won't affect it.
So,
Councilmember Gully still in support.
so you're telling me there's 10,000 left, 10,000, does that cover that person?
Yes,
Okay, thank you very much, I appreciate that.
Councilmember Steele.
No, I just was,
Okay, no, thank you, I just wanted to get some clarification on that 9 grand.
And, you know, when we were talking about this, we all recognize that, engineering, needs a full-time engineer, you know, in a very unique position, you know, adopting a 2024 budget at the same time, you know, coming in and with this budget, but saying that it's a critical position. One of my questions, I believe, was answered. So the part-time engineer is making 80 or no?
The part-time engineer was paid hourly, so it was estimated to be $90,000, $10,000 remaining for the other part-time individual.
Okay. Is that other individual on board right now?
Yes,
Okay. May I ask, is that the,
that was Mr. Wilkie,
so Doug is under that?
correct,
He's not an engineer.
works.
He thinks he's an engineer.
No comment.
Well,
No, he was working with the engineering department on a variety of projects.
Okay, fair enough. Now I'm piecing it together, so thank you. Right. Further questions, discussion?
Sure.
Council, member Conley Wilson.
Yeah, I also agree that this is really important to have, and I think the salary that we've laid out is something that will be somewhat competitive, maybe not as competitive with the private sector, but it at least puts us in a spot where we can actually like recruit some folks to apply and hopefully get some good candidates. And I think kind of shifting from part-time to full-time is going to be a huge benefit for the city. I think it'll help our projects move a lot more smoothly and kind of reduce maybe some of the impact that the deputy mayor may have in the future.
Thank you. Yep, thanks, Councilmember Conley Wilson. Andy, you are reducing the permanent salaries by 16 and change. What's that affecting?
Deferring the hiring date of the project supervisor.
So that will save the 16. Okay, and may I ask, that was touched up, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Putting the piece to the book. All right. Council President, yes, Councilmember Min.
Yeah, I think that one of the things that our council has sort of uncovered and dealt with almost every single one of us is the impact of what it means to not have a city engineer when we are dealing with aging infrastructure, vacant buildings or unstable buildings. And, you know, we saw the real human impact, which is, you know, with Harbor Point Gardens, the displacement of 450 people, you know, with conflicting engineering reports and having our own in-house engineer committed to the city who builds that depth of knowledge is going to be a huge asset, not only to that department, but also cross departments with helping code, helping DPW, helping DPU. And we're also facing two major bridge projects, the continued development for riverfront, and, you know, the ever-present challenge of Hoosick Street, to say the least. So I think that this is a sensible hire and a sensible thing for our city, and I think it will help protect people as well as help us be more efficient.
Okay, further discussion, questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Right. Amendment number 2, carried. Amendment number 3. This is we did before the discussion. I'll say first. I'll second. Read it. All right, this is the addition of legislative counsel for the majority and the minority. Is there a motion? I'm sorry, Councilmember Steele, Councilmember Figueroa, Councilmember Min, Councilmember Conley Wilson. Is there a motion? Lynching, Councilmember Conley Wilson. Is there a second? Second, Councilmember Steele. Discussion.
Council President?
Yes, Councilmember Steele.
Thank you. I think, to harken back to Councilmember Men's, mention of Harbor Point, we learned then that the council is woefully underserved, in not having its own council. And not to, in any way diminish the role that we depended upon of our corporation council, who's done an outstanding job for us. But there are three branches of government, and we should maintain that separation of powers, and to whatever extent we can maintain our own legal standing and to take some of the workload off of the corporation council, I think it makes sense. And so I feel this is a good government amendment that I hope folks will support.
Thank you, Councilmember Steele. Would anyone else further discussion? Councilmember Belli.
Councilmember Steele, I do agree that the council should have its own legal representation. I do not believe that we need an attorney for majority, an attorney for a minority. The way I look at it, an attorney that has a license in New York State can't possibly survive anywhere with giving you bad information or illegal information. And I think that we have to start looking at this council as a whole. When I mentioned the time that we got together, I said we should have legal representation, but it should be legal representation, not an attorney for each one of us to sit here and, you know, get in the wrong direction here. Minority against majority doesn't help us do anything, and they both have to give us the same legal advice, because otherwise they would get disbarred from New York State if they gave us advice based on their emotion or their partisan policy. So I feel that one way to do this would be to set up a consultant fee in the council's budget for, you know, $5,000 or $10,000. Because if you look back at old times, we really needed legal representation. It was a minute amount of time over my 8 years. The biggest one coming from Harbor Point, where we needed some consultation on our own. But up to that point, we really never had an issue and that sincere need to have that. And I know we got a lot of information from Rick that we could easily get through simple legal means. My suggestion would be that maybe we consider a small consultant budget, which can be always bumped later if we needed it, but have one legal advice for the 7 members of our one city council, because we should be acting as one when we're here. And I think that we could get a lot farther without putting that additional money into our budget when we need so desperately put the monies into, and I'll say this again, as it becomes my line, the boots on the ground. And I think that the more we think about that, and we look back at how many times we actually needed that higher level legal information, I think that it would be smarter of us at this point to, you know, maybe look at a consultant fee and maybe a retainer with a company that would answer our questions as needed. And let's do this as a council, not as a minority and majority. We're both going to get the same information. They have a legal responsibility and fiduciary duty to give us the same information based on the law. So I'm hoping that maybe you might reconsider, and maybe we could amend it to provide legal services for council, but do it in a way that's bipartisan and puts us together as a whole, as a council.
Council President.
Yes, 1 second. Councilmember Gully, are you making a motion to amend amendment number 3?
I will let your Councilmember Steele's response first.
Thank you. Councilmember Steele.
Thank you. This actually is provided for in the charter, and that's why it was done this way. Councils to the majority and minority. It has been, there's precedent for this. We've had these positions in the past. Going forward, I would like to see this branch of government being responsible for its own legislation. And that means that the legislation drafted by council members. And with that in mind, they would need legal representation, someone to assure that what they're doing is indeed legally within the realm of our responsibilities. So, I would like to maintain the tenet of the charter and continue as I don't think that, I certainly am not viewing this as necessarily a partisan, but as to provide, enough staffing for the body. And so I think it's important that we have both represented.
Yes, Councilmember Gully.
Councilmember Steele, while I respect your thought, I will tell you that that legal representation has to give you a influence on that legislative process and the paper you present to them, no matter what side of the aisle you're on.
Absolutely.
And I agree. So I will make an amendment at this time that this be transitioned into a $5,000 consultant budget in the city council, and we would hire a outside legal assistant to appropriate all of the council members, so the council now becomes a whole as one, instead of two parties trying to make rules for the city. Let's bring it together. I'm gonna make that amendment.
All right, so we have an amendment on the floor to amend, amendment number 3 of the budget, to amend the 30K, which would also eliminate the expense of Social Security, saving the city 14 and change, and bring the 30K down to 5K. So first, we'll make the motion, see if there's a second, and then we'll discuss. So,
Council President.
yes, Councilmember Gully. Also, do you want to make it as needed? That $5,000 consultant for legal.
Yeah, as needed, but I also want to tell the council members, for the future council members, that this would also, if we went through that 5,000, I'm sure that, there'd be no problem putting the money we need, if we had to go over that 5,000, to bring more money into that budget, but 5,000 is a good way to start. It lets us see how much we truly need, and I know we need it, but we don't need it separately. I think we need it together. We need to be a council, not two parties running the city. So that's all I'm gonna say, and yes, that's what I'm saying.
Motion on the floor first, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second, now in the discussion.
Council President?
Yes, Councilmember Miss.
I actually am inclined to agree with Councilmember Gully that, you know, in this case, hiring professional services, for an as-needed basis, and to also, you know, sending out an RFP and looking for counsel who has expertise in municipal law and can also help train council members in how to draft their own legislation. I think that having a firm essentially on retainer for a fixed amount of money, and I would propose a higher amount of $20,000, which, you know, at a principal rate, that's approximately, at like $3.50 an hour, that's approximately 55 hours of service, which I think over the course of a year is a reasonable amount. It certainly would have covered us for Harbor Point Garden. It certainly would have allowed us to maybe draft some different legislation, and it eliminates the Social Security cost. And, you know, that way we could have a firm on retainer. So rather than trying to go out and hire an individual to work part-time as needed, if we have a diversity of needs, you can go to a firm that will have a diversity of practitioners with different types of expertise, rather than trying to find someone who might cover every issue that's coming in front of city council. You know, everything from their. So, you know, I think that it's predictable amount of money. $20,000 is something that, you know, gives you the flexibility so that you are in the middle of complex. You don't run out of money, have to do a budget appropriation, which if it's a challenging thing, you may not wanna be in that situation. You want enough money so they know that you've got appropriate amounts of services. And so. Some point, I guess, propose an amendment to the amendment,
Okay,
or not, but
oh.
that's,
But on the discussion, no, that was great Councilmember Men. I believe that Councilmember Gully, who proposed the amendment on the floor, would potentially like to make a motion to amend that amendment on the floor.
Council President. Councilmember Man. I thought 5,000 would be enough to have everybody say, okay, there's an interest here. I'm glad that you spoke up. It makes this a little easier. I do believe that 5,000 would be a starting ground, but I would be willing to compromise. I really don't want to push 20,000 into account unless we need it. We can always get more if we need it. The council knows they can do this, so. I can hear the sky's falling mentality here. I'm saying, I would like to raise it to 10,000 if you'd be an agreeable circumstance for us, to put 10,000 in an account for legal assistance for the council as a whole. And we would look for, the future council would have the ability to look for a firm that would represent both sides of the aisle and one solid council for the city of Troy. So I'd like to make that amendment to raise it to 10,000 instead of 5.
Councilmember Gully, are you withdrawing your original amendment?
If that's what I have to do,
That's what you have to do.
then
Now
I'd like to make another
motion.
amendment.
Now, please do.
Like make another amendment that we transition that same process and raise it to $10,000 instead of 5,000. So we do have enough to get started and the council has enough to get the proper representation.
Okay, so, stating that, we have a motion on the floor to amend amendment number 3 to have $10,000, in the council's budget as a consultant for an attorney as needed. Is there a second? Second, Councilmember Soriento on the discussion.
Council President.
Councilmember Steele.
Yeah, I have a problem with 2 members who are not going to be returning, dictating what's going to happen with this council. I think that following the charter at the end of the day is the way we should be going with this. And I don't think you'll get any firm to come forward for $10,000 to provide any kind of concrete, substantial representation, not the way this had been envisioned. This was to equip the legislative branch with its own legal services. A retainer is not going to provide that on a regular basis. Each meeting, it's not going to, 10,000 will not do that. And in order to save $20,000, I just have to differ in my opinion. I am going to be here this next term, and I felt that this was the best way to provide the new members with legal representation.
Thank you, Councilmember Steele. I'm going to weigh in here. I'm going to give a little history, and I do first want to talk about the charter. There's several positions in the charter that have not been funded for years. So let's wipe that argument right out. Budget officer, these have been in the budget or in the charter for 30 some odd years. I served in my late 20s, and we were under a new mayoral form of government and a city manager form of government. These positions were in the charter at that time. We did not have them. I will state the council changed from an 8-to-1 majority, or I apologize, from like a 5-4 majority to an 8-to-1 minority. I was the only one to win that following year. So stating that, folks on the council at that time said, we'll give that minority member a council. So they provided a council. Let's just say I had that council for 2.5 months. It did not work out. Unfortunately, the position turns into a political position. This is why I support, as someone now fast forward who has gone 8 years without a legislative council, I find it ironic that now we want majority, minority council for the council next year. Listen, I'm council president and I've had a Democrat majority for pretty much most of the 8-year term. Our corporation councils range from, Kevin Glasheen to now Rick Morrissey. And I must state, they are professional. And when Rick is in a bind though, he will say at the end of the day, he is the mayor's council. This past time, and I would say in the last 8 years, we needed a special counsel for Harbor Point. These monies would have served us immensely. We didn't have it. We were in a little bit of a time frame also with the poor folks from Harbor Point, leaving Harbor Point, stating that I support council members, council member Gully's amendment to this amendment for the mere fact to have a majority minority council. You're going to use that council for 15 grand, maybe a couple times during that term. I've been here 8 years. The only time that I have seen that we have needed special counsel was Harbor Point. So I fully support this when I don't have a dog in this fight because I'm going to be on the executive branch next year. But for the legislative branch, I support having potentially for an issue like Harbor Point, where the corporation council is semi-compromised. Let's bring in a council for that legislative branch to assist that legislative branch and not compromise the corporation council. So saying that on a purely, I don't have a dog in this fight, but I do care about, I spent 8 years there. I care about the future of the council and the foundation that we've built. And for the most part, we have not really hit terrible decorum here. We have acted professionally. We have agreed to disagree. We've been a very professional council. So saying that, I honestly have seen when you get attorneys in a room and we have one now, try putting 3 attorneys with a majority, a minority. We have to move government forward. I see this as a complete, just political ploy. And that's why I support a professional approach to assisting the council. So I would support your amendment. Chair. Councilmember Conley was.
I don't think this is unprofessional. I think it's following the charter as it's laid out. And I think if we wanted to amend that, we should have done that earlier in the year or even like today in this meeting. And I think that this having a minority and majority as it's laid out in the charter makes sense. I think it will also help some of the new council members. I came in as a first-time candidate, and I think navigating the way the city works and how passing legislation and all that works, it would be very helpful to have someone outside of the administration advising on that. And I think sometimes I think having both parties having their own corporation council can be beneficial in just navigating the system and just understanding how everything works. And there's times where you're thinking of different pieces of legislation when you're talking with your caucus. So I think it's not to divide people, but it's for getting just an understanding in the baseline what's possible. I think there are a few pieces of legislation that I brought forward and, Rick kind of guided me through it, but I think having someone who's a bit more independent would have, at least for me, made me feel a bit more confident in figuring out how do I get this forward. I think there's a lot of pieces of legislation that we haven't even brought up just because of capacity. And I think each party having something would really be beneficial. And like I said, I think we should have made that decision earlier if we wanted to just do a consultant. But yeah, I agree with what Sue says. I'm not gonna support this if we're not going to go through the proper steps that need to happen.
Okay, and there is an amendment on the floor and, to discuss that once again, I know the charter keeps being talked about. There are several positions in the charter and frankly, if the council felt so strongly about this, you could have amended the budget anytime the past 4 years. Nobody stopped. But now, all of a sudden, okay, we need majority minority. So stating now, I'm just stating the obvious. Any time over the past 4 years, or 2 years for a couple members, but the past 4 years for some, you had ample opportunity to amend the budget to add councils. So saying that, that's number one. Number two, once again, the charter has a number of positions. If you want to use the charter as an argument or ploy or statement for these, but we do have other positions. And I have the floor, Councilmember Conley Wilson. All I'm saying, we have a budget officer. It hasn't been funded since the 90s, since the Patterson era, whenever Mark Patterson came in. So saying that, there are a number of positions in the charter, they have not been funded for years.
Council
They're not
President.
here. So stating it, just, letting folks know what could have happened, should have happened, et cetera.
Sure.
Council members, yeah.
I am very upset with your use of the word ploy, and the insinuations that you're making about. I want to make it very clear that it in no way is any reflection on the tremendous work that Rick Morrissey has done for us. It is merely through experience on the council for 4 years that I've seen that this could be a valuable addition. And just because the charter has other positions has nothing to do with the fact that we are allowed to have legal counsel. And we are proposing that at budget time, which is perfectly the time to do it. So I feel strongly that this would help our new council members. And so I hope that folks will see the value of that. It is not, as you have insinuated, political. It is a tool to help the new council.
Thank you.
Council President,
Council member Sorientis.
in a way, I do see where you're coming from, Councilmember Steele. About saying, the council members that are on their way out shouldn't be dictating this. But I'll be there next year also. And I think that right now, having a majority and a minority and everybody having to vote on that right now, I think that's just showing a divide. I'm thinking if we need it, if we end up next year needing a minority and a majority, then we can have that discussion with the new council members. But since I've been here for 2 years, almost 2 years, I believe that we absolutely needed it as a whole for Harbor Point. But other than that, though, I'm hoping that we all work together next year, and that we're not gonna need to utilize an attorney for anything, hopefully, and that we, as elected to be here, we work together. When we're here, we have to work together. It's not about politics here. It's supposed to be about Troy and bringing it forward. And so I think that this right here would cause a divide.
Sure.
Yes.
Council member Conley.
Respectfully, we are doing politics right now. We're a legislative body, so I understand what you're trying to, what Councilmember Sorrento is trying to explain, but we are actively doing politics every time we're in these council chambers. Additionally, I want to note that our current corporation council department has multiple lawyers in it working together to come to the same kind of conclusion or to work in their own specialties. Just because you have a minority and majority corporation councils does not mean that they're not, that, you know, we can't bring them all together, can't come to agreements and all of that. I think, you know, having to incorporate lawyers agreeing on something would make something a bit stronger, and you could see the different pitfalls, and hopefully it could lead to better discussions and having more like legally backed pieces of legislation that's passed, and, you know, we could amend things in a much better way. I just think that there, even if you have different perspectives, you can come to consensus and work collectively.
Thank you, Councilmember Conley Wilson.
Council President.
Yep, Councilmember Miss.
So, as an attorney, you know, I do think that council needs its own counsel. The advantage of converting to consultant services, never mind not having to pay for security, is that you can then contract with a firm who will have multiple attorneys on staff, which means that one firm can have an attorney. If you have a divisive issue that requires majority and minority counsel within that one contract, you can have as many attorneys as you want. And if you need more money because it's very complex, we amend the budget and we increase the amount of, like, you increase the amount of money you have by restructuring it as consultant services. You can have 5 attorneys. You can have 10 attorneys, maybe for 5 minutes, but
Not even that.
right.
At least an hour.
But it gives the flexibility, and it also gives you the opportunity to shop for the right firm based on the needs that are in front of you at the time. You know, if you are in a situation where you are doing budget here, where you are doing hearings that are requiring subpoenas, you can select a firm, you can select an attorney that has that level of expertise. If you're creating complicated legislation that has some bipartisan elements, then you have an attorney that can work on bipartisan legislation. The problem with having a majority and a minority is that what happens when you have bipartisan legislation that, and then you have to get 2 on-staff attorneys syncing up with each other. If you have two members who are of different parties, you have a firm, you've got as many or as few attorneys as you need. And it just is the flexibility. You can have your majority minority attorneys within a firm. And if you don't have anything partisan, maybe one attorney. You have the flexibility. That's what lawyers do. You have a duty to your client, you have confidentiality even within a firm. So, I mean, it seems like it's a more pragmatic way of doing it, and does, you know, I think it does sort of strip out some of the politics and offer more flexibility rather than less.
Good points, Councilmember Miss. I'm going to, if there's no further discussion, you should know my son just texted me to bring him home NyQuil, if you're wondering. He has a phone. Further discussion on the amendment. Okay, I'm going to take the amendment to the amendment. So on the amendment to amendment number 3, we're going to take slow roll. Councilmember Goes.
Yeah.
Councilmember Figueroa. Councilmember Steele.
No.
Councilmember Min.
Yes.
Councilmember Conley Wilson. No. Councilmember Soriento.
Yeah.
And I will be the deciding vote here, and I vote yes. So the amendment to amendment number 3 passes with a $10,000 legislative consultant as needed. Okay. Now, on the, is the, yes, the amended resolution now would be the $10,000 consultant as needed. Is there a motion? Motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, discussion. All in favor? Aye.
Nay,
Opposed? Nay. Okay, 4-3. Amendment passes. So the amendment to the amendment passed 4-3, and then the amendment number 3 as amended passed 4-3. All right, now let's go to number 4 amendment. Okay, on this amendment, Councilmember Men is the sponsor, and Councilmember Men is proposing to add 2 health insurance, policies for council members next year. I'll hand it over to Councilmember Men.
So, when Troy hit a budgetary crisis, people make sacrifices across the board. And I think it's important to recognize that both the good work of the mayor's office, comptroller's office, as well as the various councils that have gotten our finances in a situation. Health insurance is in conversations and trying to encourage people to run for office. The lack of health insurance has been a barrier to being able to attract people, especially people who work for themselves, who don't have jobs through that pay their health insurance. We have just a handful of council members coming in next year who would need to get health insurance. It does not include dental. And I think that this is a way of putting, as the city's finances continue to improve, that returning some of those benefits for serving our community slowly but surely. And in 2 years, when you have a new council elected and you're at this budget point in time, you will have a sense of who needs health insurance, and that budget item can be modified. Health insurance is kind of one of those things that can make or break entire families. One fall with no health insurance, and you can be in hundreds of thousands of dollars of debt. This is we've seen, this council has run up against some of the problems with the American healthcare system, everything from a lack of health care, to watching people struggle with their finances. This is just one small way we can actually help people who are stepping up to serve our community. So I hope that I can get support for this to move it forward.
I apologize. Did we get a motion in a second?
No, we didn't.
I don't think so. Is there a motion, Councilmember Conley Wilson? Is there a second? Second, Councilmember Men. On the discussion, Councilmember Men, where is the 58 coming from?
So currently, based on the changes that we have made, we are, believe, Andy, correct me if I'm wrong, have 9,000 in addition to what is under the current tax cap.
I'm not, I will be honest, I'm going to cost all this out in my office after we finish these amendments. I'm not doing it. I am not comfortable doing this on, no offense to what just transpired. If I costed this stuff out ahead of time, I'd be changing it all around right now just off that last amendment. So I do not do this stuff on.
I'm with you. Is there money to do this, in your opinion? Without pinning you down to the penny.
I would prefer to wait until all general fund amendments are passed.
How can we vote? I want to know where
So
it's
if we
going to
take
come.
it, so if we gonna go through how my preference for this would be if you vote on 4, 5, 6, 7. I'll go back and cost it out.
Fair enough.
If you end up over the cap, we can don't vote on the resolution until I come back, and if you're over the cap, then
We'll take it.
we'll discuss it then.
Fair enough.
All right, thank you.
Then,
Yeah,
Councilmember Van, do you mind withdrawing for now?
not at
Okay, thank you.
all right.
Oh, no,
My preference would be to vote on it now. And let's see where we're at as opposed to taking it back.
I know, see, that's tough for me, knowing, potentially say I want to vote for it, but not knowing where it's going to be pulled from, in addition to putting the city in a position of going over the tax cap, which I do not support. So, yeah,
Council President.
Councilmember Hill.
I think, you all know I spoke about before, and I do favor insurance for the council at some point. I think it's important to elevate the value of this position to get more people to look at it as a viable spot that can help the city. The unfortunate thing is that it's so flexible and variable term to term that it can put a budget in a bad spot if all 7 members of the council said, hey, we need 7 family plans here. I do think that there'll be a time for it, but when we sit here and we have these DPU raises coming up, I've been vocal about that we need to really start looking at our workforce and excelling at driving our workforce up to work at full capacity. And these raises, I know people say are important for these positions, but you're talking a lot of money. To take and add just these 2, which look like 2 family plans to me based on the number, put those 2 family plans in there, it's the same thing, we'd be doing the same thing as what the administration was trying to forward in the DPU process of giving the managers such exemplified raises. And you have to have somebody to boss around in order to do that. But in the council state, we have 7 members. If we do pass this and the 2 members get health insurance, then it escalates the value of their 2 seats while the other 5 members sit here at their standard pay. 15 or 20, whatever happens after tonight. But then you add in that 28,000 for the 2 individuals. Now they're making a $48,000 value out of a council seat. And the rest of the council that aren't inhibited by that get 20. So or involved with that. So, and I do believe there's a way to do it. I just don't think the timing is right. I told you this, we had our, anything I'm saying tonight isn't because I haven't talked to the council members before I got here, so it's no big show here. I know what we talked about, and I just think the timing is a little wrong. I think that it is something for the future to look at and our future council to look at. When I proposed the idea of a raise to the council, it was something to say, hey, 13 years you've been sitting here trying to help the city and nothing ever came your way. In fact, they took away 2 of your at-large people and they made you work more for it. Well, I think that something that says, hey, we appreciate that value, which I don't think 5,000 was enough, but I went with that to be safe. But pushing a healthcare system this quick now, I think would not do it justice. I think that the new council should be reviewing that as we move forward. And I'd love to support this at a later date, but I just can't support it tonight. I apologize.
Chair. Councilmember Conley Wilson.
Andy, do you recall in the proposed budget how far we were away from the tax cap?
48,000. However, okay, you can't just total these changes because as you make amendments and if you increase the levy, you're increasing the tax, you're changing the tax rate, which changes the bid assessment, which changes the tax cap. So it is not dollar for dollar. And one of the main reasons why I'm not comfortable doing this, these changes to the tax cap on the fly.
I understand. I just couldn't remember that number. I do think that health insurance is really important. I think it's important to the to maybe some of the incoming council members and the council members that are remaining. I know last year I did not have health insurance, so that's like an added burden in terms of personal finances. And, it was really difficult, to receive healthcare without having health insurance. And even though the state offers some, it is pretty inaccessible, especially for families. I would think $200 a month, but, for families, it's like 500 plus. So I do think that this is a worthwhile investment and it will help with recruiting folks who may not have the same resources and backgrounds as we see that are typical in, legislative and politicians. So I do think that this is a really important amendment to pair with, Councilmember Gully's amendment, that we'll vote on later. I just think that it's a way for us to recognize the amount of work that goes into being on the council and, compensating that appropriately. Not that we do it for the compensation, but that is an element of living in a society like we have. So I'm in support of this, and I think that this is a worthwhile investment. I guess I have a question for Councilmember Men. There is no buyout option for this, correct?
Correct, there is no buy.
And you can opt out of this if you do not need health insurance.
Correct. This would be sort of health insurance of last resort. So people who are coming in with existing health insurance would not be able to buy into this.
Is that,
And is that
Does that-
illegal?
we have a couple,
Yeah, I guess.
discussions going on, so I'm gonna let Andy weigh in, if you could weigh in on that.
Corporation counsel, sorry. Should have directed that at the, Rick, sorry.
Sorry, I missed the last comment, but
Is there,
maybe
Buyout.
what I have to say might answer. I just, and I'm not weighing in for or against, obviously, okay, I just want you to understand what you're doing here. The proposal, I believe, is for, would cover 2 family health plans, would fund, would allocate enough money to fund 2 family health plans. I believe there may have been some informal poll done of the incoming council members to see who would want it, and who would not want it. In 2015, the council repealed and changed the non-representative policy, okay, which made it so that council members could not get health insurance. Before, even if you pass this amendment, you will also at some point, or some council, the money cannot be spent until the council changes the non-rep policy. That change would necessarily be a change that would make all council members eligible for the health insurance. Obviously, there are open enrollment periods and things like, and change qualifying circumstances, depending on whether you can, that will determine whether you can take it or not. But so you'd have to open it up to all council members. Maybe you would only have 2 take it, or so that's what the proposal is right now. So I don't know if I answered your question or not.
Yeah. The Councilmember Conley will sing you so before.
sorry, just thinking.
Okay.
So I guess my understanding of that, there used to be a buyout option if a council member did not take the health insurance.
I'm not familiar with that.
It was not, okay.
It's not. And we haven't, across all the bargaining units, we have not agreed to any such option. Let's see.
Yeah, I recall, Councilmember, I mean, thank you. I do recall we were the incoming council at the time, and the mayor and I took office right after that was repealed.
It took effect January 1st, 2016.
Yes.
And it was, it had, the repeal of your eligibility had been done by an ordinance. So at some point there would have to be an ordinance restoring that eligibility.
Gotcha. And I guess while you're up there, Rick, my big question, and I had asked Andy, and honestly, it's probably more in your bailiwick, when you have to offer it to all council members, and I get that two council members right now have said they need it, but what if one, you know, they're on their wife or their spouse's plan and the spouse,
Thought I just made that clear. Yeah,
okay,
the
fair,
eligibility
okay.
will have to be.
Yes,
council-wide.
okay, okay,
Some may take it, some may not take it.
gotcha, so,
And there may, and someone may not take it and then have a qualifying event, even outside of the enrollment period, that allows. them to get
okay,
it.
all right, thank you. You know, and I must say, you know, Councilmember Gully was directly impacted by this coming into office because that he did not know about that change and then found out after he had won. But, you know, stating that, you know, it is the deterrent, to, try to incentivize candidates to run for office. It's a big deal, and I agree, with many of, what has been stated. I think at the end of the day, though, it's amending that ordinance and the dollars. So, you know, maybe council member men, you know, over, you know, a period of time, this could be relooked at, but, you know, I do have to say, you bring up a very, very valid point, and, I do agree that, you know, folks, would be more incentivized, should that health plan be offered. Councilmember Go.
Not that this happens often, but I also want to offer the idea of a double-edged sword. You might have some people who really have a job, maybe they're entrepreneurial, maybe they don't have any insurance, and they say, hey, I can go run for a council seat and get my insurance loan for the next 2 years. That's just a scenario, right? That's on the base. But it could happen. Then you have people who come in and say, well, I've got my insurance, but maybe they offer a better insurance. So, and the reason I bring up those two scenarios is that at the end of the day, you're talking about a variable number that could go from $12,000 to $196,000 a year. And that's a big bite to see that big of a variable. We do have part-time positions that are if you're doing a regular work and more than part-time. And I do agree that at some point, health insurance should be looked at for the council as we progress. As I said, this year, with the situation between everything that's happened, I would feel hypocritical to vote on this now. And it's only because of timing. It's not because I don't believe it should happen. I do believe it should happen at some point. I just think that the timing is bad for it. And you have to look at both sides of that coin because you never know who the person is. And you never know what the situation is, like good, bad, or indifferent. But I just think it is a feasible thing in the future. Just I think tonight is not the night.
Okay, any further discussion, comments? All right, we will take a slow roll on, amendment number 4. Councilmember Go.
Unfortunately, I can't support it.
Councilmember Figueroa. Councilmember Steele.
I,
Councilmember Mitt.
Yes.
Councilmember Conley Wilson. Aye. Councilmember Soriano. No. Council President Mantello, no. Amendment number 4 does pass 4-3. And we will await Andy crunching those numbers. Amendment number 5, we have an amendment, to increase the council members' salaries by $5,000 apiece. I will hand over to Councilmember Gully. This is at the request of Councilmember Gully.
I've said it every time. I think everybody's heard it so many times. 13 zeros, residents that come in to try to protect the taxpayer. Job hasn't seen anything of a reward to the council members that work out here every day in the public, yet you've taken 2 all city representatives, which has now caused district representatives to represent all the city. We certainly all do go outside of our district. It's not just the D2 or D3 or 4, it's whoever the problem is, whoever calls, we're always trying to help them. So it's become a vast range of services that we need to offer to people outside of our district. I love doing it. Somebody once said, you know, we don't do this for the money. That's easy to say when you have a good job behind you or a retirement package, but when you don't, and the individuals who aren't making the kind of money that some are making, it's a value to them to be able to come in and get, and get just a little something. Again, 13 cost of living raises, 0 raises for the council. It's time to make amends. I don't think 5,000 is enough, but I wanted to keep it simple enough so that everyone would agree that we have to do something. Because doing nothing is just not fair, no matter what your situation is. And I know we have members here who have already voted on to the council. I don't want you to feel tonight that this vote is about you. This vote is about everybody over the next 5 or 10 years, but will put their name up on this seat and work as hard as you have worked all year round for the money that you made. And I think that you deserve more, and I think the future council members deserve more. That's it.
Thank you, Councilmember Gully. Is there a motion? So moved motion, Councilmember Conley Wilson. Is there a second? Second, Councilmember Figueroa. I do see our court counsel walking up. What's going on, right?
This, similar to the last, advice I gave, this also will require implementing legislation in the form of the local law. And that will have to have 3 public hearings, in which the public can weigh in before the money can legally be spent. So this is only an appropriation, and it gives authority to be spent, but not full, but this will require a charter change.
Yes.
Chair?
Just so you know.
And
We've
just
already
on
done.
Rick, officially, it will be introduced per the charter at the December regular meeting required by the charter. The 3 hearings will be scheduled that evening. Then a special meeting will be called in December to act on that local law. So thank you, Rick, and just so folks are aware, this would be the budget appropriation only. 3 public hearings in December for the public to weigh in on this, and then acting probably the 3rd week in December.
And actually, it can't take effect until it's filed, still Secretary of State filed.
Correct. Yep. Thank you, Rick. We do have a motion. We do have a second on the discussion.
I was going to say that as well. We passed it in finance, last week or the week.
The days delay.
When it's, like, the sunset's at like 4 p.m., I have no idea what day it is.
My days have turned into weeks, like the days, Councilmember Conley.
But I'm, happy to support Councilmember Gully in this. We've had many discussions about this. And I do think that this isn't about, it's about like making sure like what we're trying to do with, our salaries, like making like for the rest of the city, it's making sure that folks are being compensated appropriately. And I think it will help us recruit more folks to run for office and make it a bit more exciting and appealing. Because one of the reasons why I decided not to run again was because of financial reasons. Very, very difficult to work full-time because I tried working part-time and was not making ends meet. So I think that this will help a lot. The current salaries like don't pay my rent. Not that I want it to pay everything, but that's supposed to be like a third of my income. And, the council is about a third of my time, I would say. So I think that this is a really great step forward. Like Councilmember Gully said, it's not a complete, package or anything like that, but I hope that it can start a precedent of compensating our city council in a fair amount of way. It's been nearly like 22 years, almost as old as I am, since the city council has seen a raise. So I think that it's probably time.
13. Thank you. That's okay. Thank you, Councilmember Conley Wilson. Further discussion. Okay, we are going to take a slow roll. Councilmember Gully.
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa. Councilmember Steele.
No.
Councilmember Min.
Yes.
Councilmember Conley Wilson.
Aye.
Councilmember Soriento.
No.
Council President Mantello is a no. The amendment passes 4-3. So number 5 passes 4-3. Now, on resolution 109, and then we'll take a break after 109. No, take a break now.
You have to vote on 6 and 7, water and sewer funds.
Oh, thank you. I was wondering where mine was.
I don't have,
Where is it?
It was behind the.
Ah, Trista,
I have 7 on that 6.
right here. Here's 6, 7, right here. All right. Thank you. All right, amendment number 6. Amendment number 6 is a proposal by Council President Mantello, Councilmember Gully, and Councilmember Soriento to reverse in the proposed budget. There is a Department of Public Utilities Administrative Restructuring Plan. The minority is proposing to reverse that plan. And I will first take a motion, then a second, and then we can discuss. Motion, Councilmember Gully, is there a second? Second, Councilmember Soriento. So the Department of Public Utilities and, you know, is for me, once again, in a unique position, coming in to office as mayor needs a lot of work. But quite frankly, I don't even know how much work until I get in there. I am hearing from employees. We did hear at the budget meeting that there are 5 out on workers' comp. I must tell folks out there, the morale in DPU is extremely concerning. We have 140,000 customers out there who are receiving our pristine water. We have a lead pipe replacement program. I applaud the team at DPU who are there now, who literally are working day in and day out, you know, breaking their backs to meet the needs of the people. There is nothing more important next to public safety than the safety of our water. Our water obviously needs to be safe, and not just for Troy, but for the 140,000 customers. In my opinion, the proposal does not meet the needs of what I have seen is needed in DPU. And this one, I truly believe, and I have said it from the onset when our superintendent left, Chris Whalen, who proposed this, that this needs to be dealt with whoever won the election, whoever had the next administration. So my mind has not changed from that point. In fact, now talking to employees who are being very open now, who were not as open prior to election, tells me that my read on this is even more important, critical. We need to get in there. We need to work with the team that's in there, but at the same time, we need to address the boots on the ground DPU. And quite frankly, what I'm hearing from employees, putting 3 top-notch positions is not going to address that. Additionally, we have some great people, full disclosure, a transition team who will be meeting with DPU. So saying that, I am in a unique position to weigh in on something very critical in the budget. And while I have many feelings on many departments there, I could not sit here as council president and not propose to reverse this proposal. So that, you know, my, you know, just statement behind this proposed amendment. We have a motion, we have a second, discussion. Yes, council members.
council members, 8 years ago, when Pat Madden took office as our mayor of the city, and they came to us with their plan. As a Republican, I didn't deny American anything he needed to be successful. I wanted that plan to be his. I wanted the staff to be the way he wanted it, because we wanted the most success for the people in Troy. I look at this as a party thing, as a political thing. I look at this as our city, and a staff that's gonna lead our city. I think in the same breath now, we have a new mayor coming in office. These transitional changes should not be made now because of the fact that we want to give Carmela Mantello and her administration the same ability to have what they need to move forward in the way they need it. Nobody ever wants to hear, geez, I would have done better had you let me have the people I needed or the situation I needed. I never want to hear that from the leader of our city or the leader of anything. So I will say this, I'm hoping that you'll understand that this is not because we want to diminish the superintendent positions, or these positions. But we want to put a stop and see what's actually happening within that organization. Well, Mayor-elect Mantello's team will look at that and see what the best value is there. So rather than make these fiscal moves now, I'd ask you just to show the same respect as we showed 8 years ago when a new mayor took office. And just keep it the way it is for now, because these leaders have nobody to manage. There's 13 vacancies, there's 6 people working and another person who just resigned and will be leaving in January. Department needs to be looked at wholly before we go handing out major raises to 3 individuals, 4 individuals. And you know what? They might end up that way after the new mayor-elect takes a look at that department, sees what they need as far as the steps in management and the value of what they can bring to the table in that department to straighten it out and get it flowing right. So I'm just asking you, and I know it gets us straight to the table, I'm just asking you to do the same thing out of respect that I did 8 years ago and allow the next mayor to set up this department instead of pushing this through. I don't think it's a value. We might think we're doing something or we're doing nothing, because at the end of the day, it's all gonna be relooked at anyways and reevaluated. So that's my feel.
And just for discussion only, we'll combine the discussion if you'd like on 6 and 7. 6 is water fund, 7 is sewer fund. So further discussion. All right, we'll take slow roll. Councilmember Gully.
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa. Councilmember Steele.
No,
Councilmember Mann, do you have a question? Yes, sorry.
What is the position of CSEA on these proposed amendments?
I appreciate that. They would like to let the incoming mayor and administration take a look at the department. And like I said, it's a great question, Councilmember Mann, as you know, you should know, we may end up with this proposal in month 4, month 5. All I'm asking on this one particularly is to send a message to the department, let us roll up our sleeves, let's get under the hood, and let us really take a look at this desperately needed help with this department.
So I've said, since this proposal came to us and was tabled, I said that it was half a proposal. It was the management, but without discussion with the union. And I back our city union. And so if CSEA is supporting this amendment, I will vote yes for it.
Councilmember Conley Wilson.
Sorry, I'm just a little bit confused about how Councilmember Mann is.
She voted yes on the amendment to reverse the.
Okay, that wasn't clear to me in that.
Okay,
I think that, like I said earlier, following the charter is important to me, so, and I understand that some of these positions were not filled prior, but I do think that this is a step in the right direction. I know it's not the full picture, but the contract negotiations for unions are something that the administration handles, the council, from what I understand, so, I'm voting no on this amendment.
Councilmember Soriento.
Yeah,
And I think I made my comments very clear, and I appreciate your support, Councilmember Mann. I vote aye. That is amendment number 6 passes 4-3. Let's go to amendment number 7. This is for the sewer fund, once again, reversing the proposed DPU administrative restructuring plan. Is there a motion? Motion, Councilmember Gully, is there a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Soriento. Slow roll. Oh, I'm sorry, discussion. Okay, slow roll. Councilmember Gully.
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa. Councilmember Steele. Councilmember Men.
Yes.
Councilmember Conley Wilson. No. Councilmember Soriento.
Yes.
Council President Mantello, yes. The amendment passes 4-3. Now, we are going to vote, if you're okay, Andy, on resolution 109.
You can, it needs to be amended pending my review,
Okay.
please, because I just read the
We
bottom.
can take a break now, if
That's
that
fine.
works. All right, we are going to still stay live, we must. Public means law, you have to leave it on, but we are going to recess until Andy crunches the number, please. Resolution 109 has not been voted on yet. Thank you. No.
How's it going?
All right.
Bill.
I am hard. Do you want to help Eric for drink of water?
No, no, thanks. Thank you.
You look nice.
Thank you.
Everybody went in direction here. Oh my God, the whole thing is done.
Am I gonna get anywhere today?
No, not.
You can put in members on stuff. We need somebody to put forward right now. Do that. Appropriation, $500. Doesn't do anything until you guys pass enabling legislation. Yeah. But it holds us back. Yeah. We're not talking names. I can say, we're even having a talk with Donna. We don't think that nobody does. But, she's gonna like when I got to say her, because I don't really agree with how people think up to more. And I'm gonna start off by firing her up and not her. Look, it's like what we do. And we get, and boy, it gets that. This is the thing. And also, we'll make this point, you can have a piece of legislation that can be voted in a million different ways correctly. Right, and it's not one count, and what they try to do is just browbeat, because they know they have the majority. So we understand where did it come from? But every legislative body worth its weight has a Republican and Democrat count. From Congress, the committee has been a Republican and Democrat. New York City, that's very much like go to the list. We're agreeing with the sound again. Get down for that. You know how much social security people get in this time? $52 after the Medicare. You know how much money the buying power average citizen 12,500. That's how much you might get. This is supposed to be. It makes. Oh, because you care about each other.
Yeah. And you know what, I want other people.
Do you think that you figure out something in your life? So that you have a person? You could get away with $5,000 seat, but you guys, you voted in favor.
The lowest in the capital.
If the idea is to attract more responsible people,
Don't leave, because I've got the letter, and it's the printing the letter, it's not gonna go. They're not gonna do it.
well, he's got no problem with it. They got Eric. Eric shouldn't have any say in it. So Eric said now that
It's fine for the zoning.
already. Here's what he's relying on. I'm meeting with Carlos on Tuesday. And a letter from the owner of the building in Brooklyn, I don't know how to, saying that the fire, the sprinkler systems have been recently. Which is nonsense because we're not asking to open a brand new thing. It's an already existing space and it's a pop-up. So if,
We'll get the letter,
yeah,
that's what I can do, and you know what?
no, it's just something crazy. About what Eric's asking, Eric's asking, ridiculous because he's claiming that because it's a pop-up, it's gonna bring more people. And it's not just because Sunday is gonna be the Victoria School. Are they gonna go to every retail space in downtown Troy and say, we need sprinkler, maintenance updates, and we need, to meet with you for an occupancy judgment? That's what they want. So there's more people in every single retail store on this upcoming Sunday than any other day of the year. They're not testing out of all these people. So every Saturday during the month, the same amount of, so they're asking for something. Oh, and the same. The point that we're trying to do is so there's not gonna be more traffic than, it's the same traffic that the Victoria Falls, the same traffic is every Saturday at the park. But they're not, they haven't been relying on operating 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. Thursday, Friday, Saturday. And it's 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. Yeah. Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
I'll get that.
We're coming back to the public, I'm sorry, public speaking, what's tonight, but you're leaving? Yeah. You sat through this whole thing just to leave? Well, I'm very tired and I just wanted to make. Well, she gets important, I think you're supposed to have the public speaking notice. I know. There's your piece. Here's stick of hair. What's that? Here's stick of hair. All right, I'll hang on for a little. I know. I'm gonna get a drink water. Same old story. Too much regulation. Same old story. Too many regulations. Too many regulations. Too many regulations. The heavy hand of government. Cut them. The heavy hand of government. Like, there's no reason that they need to be making. They argue over a couple of bucks. But if you had more income, you'd be paying more taxes, and they wouldn't argue over $25 more than that, right? But you notice when they gave you a $5,000 increase for a job, There was no problem to find that 30 grand every year. You notice, did you notice? Oh, I had to speak to that issue. People on social security getting a $52 increase. The average, 52 bucks. 5,000? Who gets it? See, I'm a creature of the private sector. Nobody gets a $5,000 raise increase, except for these. But then they argue about, we don't have the money for this service, or that service. Right, the other a couple of bucks for something else, or get it quickly, 30 quid. And like he said, don't look at the health. It's another thing. Yeah, because as he pointed out, they're giving them health care. $12,000 each to come to for each one. For a part-time job? Are you kidding me? And don't let anybody fool you with the argument, okay? It's generated more interest from better. The way of political system is set up to find. Maybe they don't have credit. Because the time between everyone is fighting. For you. To the party. What do you do? Then so you raise the salary to 20,000, 30,000, whatever, you just make it them. You're not, you think someone's gonna leave private business to become a city council because they're now working at 17, where is that 12? Yep. Thank you. I'm appalled by it. I'm appalled because I know there's old people that are deciding whether to get their medication or to buy food. The average American has lost $12,500 in buying power in the last 2 years.
As the groceries going up.
Because of inflation rate. Really? No. We're still live?
Yeah, we're live, but we're
Hey, welcome back, everyone. Thank you, Andy, for crunching numbers and, please, tell us how, the numbers have fared, and then we'll take it from there.
You're over the tax cap by $7,400.
Okay. So, I think,
As a president?
easily we can find $8,000.
Yes.
Council members still.
Yeah, I would like to propose an amendment, removing the legal, whatever you ended up calling it, consultant or, there were other terms I could use, but I won't at the moment. But that would put us under the cap, and, it would be an easy fix.
We have a motion on the floor to amend hold on, bear with me, number 3. Which if you recall, passed for 3, it was an amendment for $10,000 legislative consultant as needed. I just caution, we do have a motion on the floor. We'll first second it, then discussion, but I do want council members to know that's not the be all end all. That's an amendment proposed by council member Steele. If there are other suggestions, we should be open. So we do have a motion on the floor. Is there a second? Second, council member Figueroa. On the discussion, does anyone have questions? Discussion, Chair? Council member Conley Wilson.
May we consider reducing that amount to, let's say like $2,000, just so we have an earmark
And a start.
and a start to that? Would you be open to that?
I'll second that amendment. I think it's a good proposal. It keeps it in there. It also lets the incoming council know that there is going to be a start for that, legislative, council as needed. So I'll second your motion. So we have an amendment to the proposed amendment.
I don't believe that was ever
yeah.
said.
Oh,
My amendment.
I
I was asking if.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you made an amendment. I apologize, because I seconded it. I thought you were making a motion. I apologize. We have a motion.
I
We have a
will
second on
rescind
this
my,
motion.
amendment, and you can
I will make.
do whatever you wish.
Okay.
I
So,
will make a motion.
hold on. So we have the amendment that was proposed withdrawn. We have nothing on the floor right now.
Chair.
Councilmember Conley
I
Wilson.
would like to make a motion to amend, amendment number 3 to be $2,000.
Okay, I'll second that, motion. So we have a motion by Councilmember Conley Wilson to amend the amendment number 3 from $10,000 to $2,000. We have a second on the discussion.
President,
Councilmember Gully.
$2,000 on that line would just be novel, it's a novel gesture at best. Probably a lunch date with an attorney. I might suggest
$10,000.
I might suggest that maybe we, just some thoughts to this over, that, that we possibly look at maybe leaving 5,000 there. And we take the, additional full-time city engineer salary down to 123, which would give us 7,000 that we need. Something like that. I can't see where else we would draw that money.
I'm sorry, can I just,
Can we let Andy talk?
there is, this is not that I doubt the numbers. The thing that I never want to be a part of is like $100 under the tax cap.
Right.
Because the state reserves the right to take a look at your tax cap. In this process, we'll file it tomorrow, and that is subject for the entire 2024 fiscal year. And if they catch you, and we've talked about this, city levy, bid levy, and there's some other stuff that's in there. If that's off, they will come in and they will make you correct it, which It's not a pleasant experience for anybody that would be involved in that. My number has always been 10,000.
Yeah.
Now, that's the council's prerogative, how far you wanna get under, but my number has always been 10, to be most comfortable.
All right, so then we're talking 17 because it's 7 over and we really need that cushion of 10 under, correct?
That would be,
So-
that,
Let's say
that's my,
20.
that would be, like, that
Let's
would
say
be my
20.
opinion. I mean, that would be my advice,
Right.
is you do not wanna be $53 under, which based off of what council, like, this
Yeah.
conversation
Yeah.
is headed towards like $53.
So I
Sure.
would say 20K to be safe.
Yes,
Thank
Sure.
you. Councilmember Kelly.
I'll reiterate that, I think, number 4, the health insurance for the council. That's $58,000. I do think that, listen, I said this before. I do think that that's something for the future. I just think the timing was off. If we were to allow the future council to work on their own health insurance, and we just negated that in this budget, we would be, we'd be fine and a big enough position where, because I think it's more important right now to have some sort of legal avenue for the county as a whole. Using in 2,000 isn't much. I might suggest that maybe we would consider, either negating that or dropping it down to, whatever, one man, whatever, or negating it and just letting the new council review that and, leaving the legal assistance for the council. Because I do think that is. I'm sorry, but we do all the things a little.
Thank you.
And I respect you for your thoughts.
Thank you, Councilmember Kelly. Councilmember Min.
So I think that, I do think we have to find sort of $20,000 savings here for comfort, right? Because, and Rick was very helpful in pointing out that there would have to be multiple public meetings as well as the delay going forward before health insurance could be put into place. And so can we keep a certain amount of money as a placeholder? And then as we get into first quarter and we see where there are budgetary savings as it takes time to hire, because we have vacant positions that are fully funded for the year that will probably not be filled on January 1. And then that line item that's established for health insurance could be expanded when future council members, we have a handle on how many people actually need it. And also amendments to the charter are made. So reducing the amount, but keeping that line item there so that the money exists. And I would say keeping the legal consulting services to the council at the 10,000. Reducing that healthcare line. But so that it would be there, so that it could be available after those changes to the charter. Council President?
Okay, we're
Sorry.
still in the discussion. I'm going to let
I
you.
just 2 notes on that.
please.
The first is, the Corporation Council, when they talked about public hearings and whatnot, that was specific to the raises. The health insurance, like the legislation that would be required for the health insurance.
Yeah.
Is an ordinance, just it's an ordinance amending the non-rep policy that does not require public hearings or anything of that nature.
Yeah.
The second thing I want to note is the way this has kind of come up this evening, how this was budgeted with 2 family plans for 12 months is consistent with how every department is budgeted. It's assuming on January 1st, these 2 council members are going to elect family coverage. and it's there for the year. But the 5 that aren't budgeted is because those other 5 council member elects said they wouldn't need it. Tinkering with that number then becomes inconsistent with how health insurance has been budgeted for at the city for, I'm following the same methods Joe Mazzarello used, so I would argue probably close to 30 or 40 years at this point. This is how we've always, well, since we've had the self-insured plan, this is how we've budgeted for health insurance. I just want to put those 2 notes out there.
Thank you, Andy. Thank you. Councilmember Min still has the floor.
Okay, understanding that, instead of taking that off the table. You know, one of the other ways that we've seen over the last 2 years, the acceleration of our debt paid off has been when we have positions that take a while to fill and anticipating those vacancies. And in the time that it will take to advertise, interview, and hire, are there positions here that are currently vacant that would give us that $20,000, for example, they don't start until March?
Chair, Councilmember Conley Woodson.
Are we still,
We haven't,
we haven't voted on
We're still in the discussion.
we're just kind of veering off.
Oh, yeah. We're discussing.
I'd like to call the question for the amendment that I made a motion for. Okay.
So the original amendment was perhaps Councilmember Conley Wilson's amendment to, refresh.
Lower it down to $2,000.
We still want the 2K. We have a second on that. Further discussion on this motion.
Chair,
Yes, Councilmember Go.
Councilmember, I know how you feel, but we just heard Andy say that doing something like that, bring it down just below the line, would draw a lot of eyesight, red flags to this whole process. I'm being honest when I say I think that the legal part, the legal representation council, when they do need it, is important. So I just think that we'd be shooting ourselves in the foot to hit a number that is gonna be questionable throughout the process as we getting. Maybe, again, I'd like to consider the easiest piece here that would give us the best amount of gain with the situation here with the tax gap. Would be to look at the health insurance that we're offering for 2 council members out of 7 this year. That should be looked at by the future council. I just think timing, I'm just saying timing is more important. I know we all want to do that. I know the money there, in the court, but having money sit there or knocking it down to $12,000 is not really gaining any purpose and not getting anybody near the goal we looking for council. And I think that if we really work together, I think we can have it. But I think that we just have to take some time. We can't just rush through and say, let's throw this out, let's throw that out. We really need to do this because it's such a variable rate in the budget that it seems like we're prematurely trying to for whatever reason. I just think that we should take time and let the council work through it. I think the easiest thing for us to do is to not weaken the council's ability to legislate both politically or with policy, any way you want to look at it as plastic paper. But I do think that the area of health insurance, we could easily get back under the cap and revisit this in the proper manner moving forward, so that we're able to do this the right way for a long period of time instead of this year, hoping for best next year. Because people's lives change. So that's why I feel that maybe doing that, although the purpose to get to the number is not really the purpose of reaching a good solid goal on both ones. The budget and the legal representation.
Okay.
For the council.
So let's take a vote on the motion. Let's do.
could I just, Council President?
Yes,
Could I just,
council members.
could I just say that, you know, I think your motives were genuine, but but I absolutely think the 2,000 is equivalent to zero. That we're not gonna be able to get anything of value for that. So I would have to vote against
I'm
it.
just calling the question, I'm just asking the vote to be.
I agree, but
Okay.
All right, let's take a vote. We have a motion and second to reduce the legislative council, which would be as needed from 10,000 to 2,000. But mind you, I still think we're fragile with the tax cap, just so folks are aware. So there, if this does pass, there would, I feel, have to be more work unless, the council wants to vote on a tax cap, which you're opening up a can of worms. So saying that, we have a motion, we have a second, I'll take slow roll to reduce that. Councilmember Gully,
No.
Councilmember Figueroa, Councilmember Steele,
nay,
Councilmember Min,
No.
Councilmember Conley Wilson, yes, sir. Councilmember Soriento.
No.
Council President Mantilla, no. So the motion, to amend amendment number 3 fails. So saying that it is still at 10K, that amendment, we are still in a quandary. Councilmember Gully,
Chair,
yes.
I'd like to make an amendment that we remove number 4, health insurance for the council members for this next end of this term into 2024, and let the new council sit down and look at that value moving forward. So we don't rush into it and do it right.
We have a motion on the floor to remove amendment number 4. Is there a second? And then we'll discuss.
Second.
Second, Councilmember Soriento on the discussion. Okay, we'll take slow
Sure.
roll. Councilmember Gully.
I can't see anything else on this list that can really accomplish our goal and still be able to move forward at a reasonable pace. I'm hoping that you'll understand this is nothing against future council, there's nothing against protecting them or offering them health insurance. This is about working our budget properly for people trying to be represented. And understand that we need to move forward in that aspect, but we don't need to rush into it either. So I hope that,
Okay, on the discussion, Councilmember Conley Wilson.
I still think that this is a really essential piece of the budget that we need to continue to fund. I think, Emily was alluding to I think there's potentially some, positions that we can maybe for hiring, thought that I have. So I think that could be a place where we could find some more. Resources.
Okay. Council member, further discussion. Okay, we're gonna take slow roll. Councilmember Gully.
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa. Councilmember Steele.
no,
Councilmember Min.
No.
Councilmember Conley Wilson.
No,
Councilmember Soriento.
Yes.
Council President Mantilla is a yes. The motion failed to withdraw amendment number 4. We are still, at a point.
Council President?
Yes, Councilmember Steele.
I recall during our budget hearings, there were positions that were noted that were not needed. And I would suggest that we propose the amendment to eliminate the part-time position in traffic that was indicated as not being needed and in the part-time capacity. And that would get us, I figure,
It's 15,000 and then whatever social security health insurance or social security.
I believe that position was filled, Andy. I was told it was filled.
That I don't know.
he said he didn't need it and.
Sure.
therefore-
Councilmember Gully.
I talked with, we're talking about Bill Wangler's department. I had a conversation with him yesterday, and he said there was a person that worked for him that had left. And he felt it was useless to bring somebody in that didn't have any experience. But then that person came back to him and said he'd like to get that position. And I think as of last week, he had told me that this person was coming back to work in that position that had worked there before, but had left for some, whatever reason, I didn't really. Couldn't see that, but he did tell me that the position was filled. Now, I only know what I'm told, so I don't know if that's factual or not. The administration would know, it should know. I don't know. We never check with personnel.
Gabrielle, do you happen to know?
I don't recall things yet.
No one,
None of us have seen a PA, which would be part of the hiring process to bring somebody back on.
Can you repeat that, Chris? Sorry.
I have not seen a PA, and neither has Gabrielle, or Andy, or the mayor. And that's the form that would be needed to bring somebody back on to city employment.
Chair?
Yes, Councilmember Conley Wilson.
Andy, I have a question for you. This is more related to the budget for the police uniforms. How much has been spent to date? Sorry, if you may take a second.
No, it's fine. Yes, Councilmember Bellamy.
Councilmember Beck. Would you be willing to reduce the number in health insurance? 58, 20,000. To keep the door open.
I think what Andy said is in budgeting, you're budgeting for, you're budgeting to actually cover the whole year cost. Someone signs up on January 1. They'll cover the cost for. It wouldn't be consistent with what where they budget.
Councilmember Bellamy. Time.
Count me deferred.
Rick.
Basically, the budget has to be our honest and good faith attempt to appropriate monies or allocate monies for the expenses we reasonably spend. What you're proposing, Jim, I understand is a way to solve the problem, but it's not a forthright or honest way to do it. And that kind of monkey with the budget.
Well, it's honestly, the regular world, it's here, you know, do it out there.
It's just, it's not how Andy budgets, it's not, it's not how we do it. We're expecting 2 full-time health insurance plans or family plans, that's what you budget for. We're not budgeting for 5 others because we don't expect those.
You gotta start looking for money in the budget.
Right.
You're gonna get your pens out.
I think Andy, you had a question?
Yeah.
so
Yes. Andy.
$105,000 to date. And the reason for the increase, they expect primarily that's driven by the police department expects the hiring of 15 new hires next year for academy outfitting. That is the principal reason for the increase from this year, 23 to 24.
Sorry, what was that last number you said?
They expect to hire 15 new officers next year, and the cost to outfit those new officers for their uniforms and patrol uniforms and then academy uniforms is the driving reason for that increase in expense.
Mr. President.
Councilmember Steele.
Andy, the most recent vacancy list.
apologize. I do, full disclosure, have Bill Wangler. I want to find out about this traffic. Bill, you were at a council meeting, this is a little unorthodox, you're live. And, I'm calling you because there has been a request to eliminate your traffic per time. We checked out more that was filled. You are live, you're with us, yes. Being filled as we speak. Thank you, Bill. Thank you. Yep, thank you. Bye-bye. That's how we get things done. I'm going to, Councilmember Gully has an idea.
I believe I
Recognize Councilmember Steele, yes, Councilmember Steele.
Thank you.
Yep.
Andy, the most recent vacancy list, are there positions on that list that have been vacant for a significant amount of time? Would that realize some savings for us at this point in time?
I'm sure several of them have been vacant for a prolonged period. But I don't want to speak on, I can speak on behalf of vacancies that are currently in the comptroller's office or under the comptroller's office purview. We have a principal account clerk position that's vacant, has a deferred hiring date in the budget of July 1st. And we have 2 account clerk positions that are vacant that we intend to hire as soon as humanly possible because the busiest month of the year is 32 days away. I don't think it's fair for me to speak on behalf of other departments and with pertaining to their vacancies and the hiring for the line.
Do you have does it indicate on that, and I don't have the vacancy list for me, but does it indicate how long these positions have been vacant?
No.
Okay.
Sure. Yes, Councilmember Conley.
One position does come to mind that we've talked about, is the Director of Equity and Inclusion. I'd like to make a proposal, to defer that hiring date to March 1st, because I know that that's been a position that's been hard to recruit for. So this would allow, the incoming, administration to have time to find that person while also still having, the council option to.
With the Frisco being the bearer of bad news, that already has a deferred hiring date of April 1st.
Yes, it does.
Then I'd like to rescind that motion and defer that hiring date. Really? It's 70,000 in the budget.
And then
Look at the
there's salary savings.
Yeah.
Oh. Gotcha. So then I'd like to propose to, sorry, I'm just thinking of the deferred hiring date of currently April 1st, you said. How about we make that July 1st?
We have a motion on the floor. I don't know what that savings is. You're looking for 15 grand about.
July 1st, that salary savings would be 17,500.
In addition.
In addition to what's already in the budget, so I think you would be increasing the salary savings from 17,500 to 35,000.
We have a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
I'll second that motion.
On the discussion, and this is me, to speak for the incoming, I'm in a very tough, unique, and at the same time, position that I feel should have been filled, years ago. Full disclosure, I do have someone, and I would request that you do look at something else because I feel this position is sorely needed in our city. And, you know, it is what it is. I'll figure it out after I get in, but I do have someone and, I would just ask you to look at another position.
I think, Council President. So,
Councilmember Mann.
so. In looking at other positions that we've considered delaying hiring on. And I apologize to get off topic of discussion. One is the project supervisor position in engineering, which we have already decided to delay. To what, July 1st. We do need that position, but as we have received in public comment, that position without a city engineer to manage them is not as effective. And again, hiring a full-time city engineer, I think has been proven to be strongly supported. And if we were to delay hiring on a project supervisor position to October, that would give us enough. I think that is close enough to get us there. We still have that position. It's going to be, once you have a full-time engineer, then they can help determine what kind of project supervisor they would.
Or you want to?
So that, sorry.
Yep, it's okay. No, it's okay. We're discussing.
Councilmember Conley Wilson.
First, Councilmember Mann, are you making a motion or you just want to discuss this at this point?
We have a motion, I think, on the table,
Okay.
and if Councilmember Conley Wilson wanted to withdraw their motion, I would be willing to make a motion to delay hiring for project supervisor and engineering until October, so that, or whatever point in time allows us enough money to close that gap.
I'm just gonna call the question for my amendment. So folks have a last minute thought.
Chair.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. The motion did get a second. We still are in discussion. Councilmember Mann, are you okay moving forward with discussion? Councilmember Goins. Councilmember Goins.
Council members, we're looking at taking away from our engineering department. We're looking at taking away from a DEI position that was not filled, but should have been filled and will be filled in the future in some way. I don't know what that is, but we all have to give everybody the opportunity to do what they do. And yet we're looking so strengthfully at providing 2 council members that were already elected to the office and were on campaign when they knew there was no health insurance involved in their campaign. They were elected to the office and we're trying to provide health insurance for 2 of those individuals out of 7. And we're willing to diminish part of our engineering department and part of our process in HR. It doesn't seem proper and it doesn't seem like we're doing the right things here. We're fighting so hard for health insurance for 2 individuals on this future council who have already been elected, and we're looking to diminish the strength of the city to do that. I don't get it. I know everybody wants to win at a point. But at what point do you say, I'm actually hurting somebody to do the right thing? I strongly suggest this, to rethink this,
Council President.
that we don't have to take out of our departments. We can move forward and we can do this health insurance for the council at a future date and alleviate trying to dig at our departments.
Councilmember Steele.
I would respectfully say we can make the same argument regarding the salaries. So, your argument, in my mind, is moved.
Council President?
Councilmember Steele still has the floor.
We ran knowing what the salary would be. And it's the same argument. This is not a good time to be raising salaries. Clearly it's not because we're over the tax cap. So, the same argument could be made. I do believe Robert's Rules of Order, however, says that when you call a question, you must vote on the question. And Councilwoman Conley Wilson has called the question twice now, and we have not voted. So I would respectfully request that we vote on her amendment.
Thank you, Councilmember Steele. I was
Council President.
allowing council members to fully discuss this. The chair can waive that if appropriate. This is the budget for 2024. Councilmember Go.
Council President, first Councilperson Steele, Councilmember County Wilson. Told us if you had any last comments to make. So we are, you did say it, and we are. My question is, and just so we can get on a clarity on a level field, when I made that proposal for raises, I made it for all 7 council people. I made it effective for all 7 people on the council, not just this term, but every term. Every term moving forward, that raise would be amongst all 7, or excuse me. The second thing is on the health insurance, you're proposing it for 2 people out of 7. You're not proposing it for the council as a whole, even though we would have to go that way. You're only looking to finance those 2 positions. And I think that is really, if you put it on a list of priorities, project engineer, DEI, raises, and health insurance for 2 council members. At this budget hearing, I think that we have to set our priorities straight. So I wasn't doing it, and it's not on the same level at all. What I'm doing is for 7 people, clearly, through the future of the council, not just 2 individuals coming to the council who are already elected. So I say that because I think that's the wisest thing, but I'm not the wisest person, so I'm sure everybody knows a lot more than I do, but I just think that right now it's the least 2 evils, and it's more for the operation of the city.
Okay, further discussion before we go on a vote. All right, slow roll, and the amendment is the amendment is to delay the diversity, equality, and inclusion officer, which, yes, has not been filled for years, but we do have a very good candidate with the incoming mayor to delay a very important position that's been funded every year from April to, I believe, July. Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Councilmember Figueroa. If you don't mind. Thanks.
For that specific position, you said someone already in the works.
Well, I haven't taken office, but there is a candidate, yes, there is. Yeah. Okay. All right, on the motion, Councilmember Gold.
Andy, did this motion put us on the cap?
This is the DEI one, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, yes. It's a $17,500 reduction plus Social Security. 1,000 over. You're gonna get under by, you'll be under if I haven't running that. You'll be under by. I don't want that this display. I don't want to have my hands up votes here.
I just don't feel confident. I'm gonna vote.
Councilmember Figueroa. Councilmember Steele.
Aye.
Councilmember Mitt.
Yes.
Councilmember Conley Wilson.
I really like, I just want you guys to know, like, this is a very difficult decision for me. Diversity, equity, and inclusion is like I do that professionally, and it's very important to me. That's why I ran for city council. I don't like to have to do this, but I'm voting yes, and that's why I put the proposal together. Aye.
Councilmember Soriano.
No.
And he says, I will, and I'll make this public. I'm embarrassed right now. I am just so embarrassed that literally you're waiving a super important position that 4 years ago, the mayor proposed, and I have no clue why it hasn't been filled. I have more than one candidate, but saying that candidate is going to start in January, and I will find the money. I vote no. The motion carries 4-3. You found your money. We are now going, Nancy, you need to crunch numbers. Okay.
If I could just have a few minutes.
So
Yeah.
we're going to put this, just for the public, before we move, we are still here. We're recessing until Andy crunches the numbers.
It is.
with that and everything else.
It does
But like.
oddly
literally
feel like
all
the
the-
office.
Yeah, like, I know, but it's like Lord of the Rings, like, this is when you're dropping the ring into Mount Doom, now you just gotta go back and scour the Spire, like, nobody's gonna be watching it, it's gonna be like super easy. Okay, we're there.
I remember, when I'm making the, today, to want someone to put a motion in today, to hold the line item for the landlord tenant council. You gotta put it incorporated in $500, a line out, so it's in there. That doesn't do anything because next time around, you'll still have to approve a resolution for the enabling legislation. All it does is hold the place. Yeah, so supposedly Emily's gonna do it, and I guess I'm asking you to do a second. All right? Yeah.
It's one of.
Don't get mad at me. Don't get mad at me, but I'm going to have to slap down the council on the favorites. You know, people on social security getting $52 next year. The buying power, the average American is down 12,500. Who gets a $5,000? Maybe if you made it a little bit less. You know, that's,
I mean,
I don't want you to get
disagree,
mad
but,
at me.
I mean, I'm gonna have.
Because I know you're wrong. I know you'll be. That was the other question I had, was you should have won. You should have, the only reason you didn't won was because of the 5,000. And now they got the 5,000, you could have won.
Yeah, it was not.
It didn't come
Not
out
in the
until after you decided not to run, that they were going to, because you told me.
Last year, we can't, it's not, there's no microphone. Here, let's go into. No, I would.
All right, we are now back from our recess. I'm going to now go to resolution 109. Right, so we have some new numbers. Bear with. There we go. There. All right, so we have a resolution adopting the mayor's recommended budget for the city of Troy for fiscal year 2024, or adopting an amended budget for the city of Troy for fiscal year 2024.
Council President,
Yes, Councilmember Figueroa.
hate to do this, but I wanted to reconsider the amendment in regards to the diversion of. It has been unfilled for length amount of time. And I definitely would like to see it being filled in January. And with all due respect, with my reconsideration, I'm definitely gonna hold you accountable to that and filling this position. I think it's very important, and I did vote it, and then, thinking about waiting a whole half a year to fill that position, and we know it's an important position that should have been filled. Not sure why it wasn't. To my knowledge, I know there was applicants. I don't know why. I personally know somebody that was trying to get it, so I wanted a motion to reconsider that. And like I said, with all due respect, on the other side, I will hold you as mayor-elect accountable to make sure that this position is filled, because we really need this position filled.
Thank you, Councilmember Figueroa. Thank you. Per the charter, section 2-32, motion for reconsideration. The motion can only be reconsidered by a member who voted in the affirmative. We have a motion on the floor to reconsider. This vote is to reconsider the motion that was passed. So first, we have to vote on the motion to reconsider, and then we will vote to reconsider
Council
that
President,
motion.
I do know that it's not gonna, I wanna see efforts starting January. I know we're not gonna fill in January.
We're gonna film
Right,
January.
January,
You
but
have
not to
our
April.
commitment.
that-
I'll find the money
Right,
to fill in
in
January.
January.
So I'll do even
Alright.
better. It will be filled in January, Councilmember Figueroa, and you can hold me accountable to that. So we have a motion on the floor to reconsider. Is there a second? Second, Councilmember Soriento. Now we are going to vote on the motion to reconsider. We'll take a slow roll. This is to reconsider the motion, then we have to vote on the motion. Councilmember Gully. Councilmember Figueroa.
Yes.
Councilmember Steele.
Yes,
Councilmember Men.
No.
Councilmember Conley Wilson.
No.
Councilmember Soriento.
Yes.
Council President Mantello, yes. The motion to reconsider passes 5-2. Now, on the motion that did pass, Councilmember Gully,
This is the motion.
the motion to delay it to July.
No.
Councilmember Figueroa.
No.
Councilmember Steele.
yes,
Councilmember Min.
Yes.
Councilmember Conley Wilson.
Yes.
Councilmember Soriento.
No.
Council President Mantello, no. The motion to delay it to July fails. We are back at square one. So now, find the money.
Okay, Council President,
Thank you, Councilmember Figueroa. You have my commitment that will be filled in January.
Council President, I
Yeah.
was looking at the budget as well. Wasn't too sure. I see that there was 2 positions in the general services for the auto mechanic. There was one that was, there was 2 that's not filled, auto mechanic and then the auto mechanic helper.
Do you know what page? Council member,
It was on the general services.
hold on, I will look for it.
68.
Okay, let's go to 68. All right.
Which there are, I see like supervisors and also other
Yeah.
mechanics that I wasn't sure.
Chair, now I was told, Councilmember Figueroa is the floor, that Andy, if you don't mind going to page 68, I wrote my note. One is filled, the auto mechanic helper, one of the helper is filled at the 40K. I am told that the vacancy for the second auto mechanic is unfilled.
Right.
Let's verify that first.
You said the one for the 40K?
Is filled. I
The other
I
one for
wrote that
50,
down.
So overlapping the proposed budget to the vacancy list. The auto mechanic. Go to page 68, the second auto mechanic is vacant. The
The
auto
50K.
mechanic helper has been filled.
Okay, so yeah, the 50K vacant, the other filled.
So I wasn't sure if maybe we could dig into that. That was my proposal I was looking at.
Andy, what do you, Chris, do you have any
So-
feel?
So we had deferred the hiring of the auto mechanic. We had deferred the hiring of the auto mechanic helper until April 1st, and then they filled the position. So in theory, that's at 13,573, that's listed as, well,
Not there.
13,573 is that salary savings. That really now gets moved up in theory to the auto mechanic next year. So we already have a deferred hiring date in that department.
Council President,
Councilmember Figueroa still is the floor. Are you okay for now?
Yeah.
Okay, Councilmember Soriento.
so to my knowledge, though, part-time employees overall are not even eligible for health insurance. Is that correct? Are they even offered here, any of our part-time employees?
With the exception of the part-time attorneys in the corporation counsel's office, no other part-time employees in the city are offered health.
Okay. And now, was that amount include, because I couldn't hear you, was that amount included in that 20% contribution?
Believe
Because I
that
believe
they-
the non-rep, I believe the non-rep policy says that it's a 20% contribution rate.
Correct. For that, yes, for non-rep, they pay 20%.
And is that figure included with that 20%?
What figure?
Um,
58,000?
yeah,
No,
so they would have to pay
correct.
20% into that figure, which then would be about roughly close to $6,000 saving for
Could be,
each person.
could be that the reason I did not include it in the amendment when I sent it was health insurance contributions are calculated on a per person basis. So it's based off of enroll, like the actual city enrollment at that time. I was nervous that it would actually have an impact on the revenue if I included it, or didn't feel comfortable changing the revenue estimate. I
Now-
understand what you're saying, and that was the reason why it was not supposed to be included.
Now, the 58,000 is based, it reflects the family plan, correct? For 2 family plans, right?
Correct.
Okay. So how much, and hold on one more. And this is for the new rate effective January 1st of 2024, correct?
Correct.
All right, and do you have that contribution amount based off of a family
You
plan?
could multiply that by 20%. I just didn't feel.
Yeah, okay,
I didn't feel comfortable changing the did not feel comfortable changing the revenue estimate. I tried to be difficult, but there was, I just saw
Yeah,
a line. I
it's just,
do
but it's
not
gonna
feel
be factual that there's gonna be savings right there.
It's also assuming that the entire revenue line is correct. That there were other considerations given to that.
So now the healthcare, I know Councilmember Belly would like to put that back on the table.
Well, I want to hear what everyone has to say. I mean, I can't think of their decision. Look, this is not against our council members, it's against the thought of council saying, I can't see an area that we could take from that would not affect city operation. And this will not affect city operation. I told you, I'm for health insurance for the council. I just think the timing is bad. I think that we have to look at that. Everything we touch is taking away from operational pieces. The only thing that isn't operational is that healthcare for the council members. And just
And salary.
Correct, and the salary rate, but like I said, what I did for 7. I did it as a whole. And that will last. I just, and I understand what you're saying, but mine is a $35,000 amendment, yours goes from 12 to 196,000, depending on where we are. And I don't like that inability to project what that's gonna be. I think that leaves a little black hole in the budget each year we come up with, because every election year, we don't know where we're gonna be. It's always something we have to add. I'm not asking for much, I'm just saying for the next 30 days, that if we had to take something out of the budget, this would be the most responsible and logical piece to remove right now until we can move forward in a different direction. And I do believe that at some point that health insurance will come. I'm just trying to, do something for the council. Keep throwing the raise up. If you want, I can abolish that. If you abolish the healthcare. we'll
How about that?
abolish
That's what I was
all. I'll
going to
abolish
say.
all.
How about,
And the council have to do what they got, again, they have no gain time if they're on the seat. Because we can't decide if we want to give up one or the other, so let's give them both up.
I'll make a motion to, withdraw both the healthcare and the salary. I make a motion to withdraw both. So this would be a motion to withdraw both. Looking at happy medium.
Council President,
Yes, Councilmember Figueroa.
Jim, is there opportunity for the new council to propose that?
Of course. Yeah, the new council come in, they could sit down and they could devise a plan to bring in healthcare at the proper time, so that it doesn't affect the 2000. Yeah, you can vote.
Council President,
I did make a motion.
Oh.
Let's first see if there's a second, then we can discuss. If there's no second, I'll open the floor. Is there a second to withdraw both the salary and the healthcare? We have a second from Councilmember Soriento. On the discussion, Councilmember Steele.
yeah, I was just gonna ask, when really is a better time? That's the part I don't understand. The health benefits are needed today. And they will impact the entire council. It's not just 2 people as it's being portrayed. Legislation that will be forthcoming will reinstate health insurance to the entire council, as has been in the past. So I just wanted to correct the record on that.
Thank you, Councilmember Steele. I think,
Council President,
yep, Councilmember Mitt.
okay. I do oppose the proposed amendment. And here's why. We have revenue streams throughout the city that are under. For instance, the State Street parking garage has 18 open spots, and I hope the public is listening and gets their spot right now, which totals $16,000. There are a number of positions that have been vacant, and and part of the challenge of hiring. For example, the office accounting position, even delaying that hiring by 3 months gives the opportunity to offer health insurance as well as maintain raises, which, as Mr. Raleigh has pointed out repeatedly, has that they have not increased since the first term of the Obama administration. I mean, that's a really long time. A couple delaying 2 months, hiring one position, putting it at the time when recent graduates from Hudson Valley are actively looking for jobs. And I do think that the incoming administration will be able to look and find funding to accelerate hiring throughout the city. So even if we're moving and finding very small amounts of money in a multi-million-dollar budget, or delaying one position by several months, by 60 days, that may be enough to change, like create an opportunity for the council that, again, one of our things has been returning the acknowledgement of the work city council does, which is tremendous. Every single one of us has worked hours and had sleepless nights. And if we can help a future council not have to worry about getting sick and not being able to make meetings because they can't afford to go to the doctor, because they can't afford to use their health insurance. I mean, like, there's real ramifications. We're a council that came into office in the middle of a pandemic, and not having health insurance is a big deal. You know, everything's about trade-offs in life, and sometimes having something that's difficult, delaying the benefits of having someone hired right away is motivating. It's very motivating, and I trust the three women at this table that I know are going to be back here in office on January 1 to work together to be able to help increase our revenues so that in that first finance meeting in February, you're allocating money, speeding up the I think you can do it, but let's not walk away from the opportunity to recognize the work that city council is preceding us and into the future and fairly compensate that firm. And we're still not even fairly compensating them. If we had just stayed with inflation, with a cost of living increase, and Councilmember Conley Wilson has pulled the stats, we'd be getting paid $27,000. I've run the math. Sometimes there are months I work for $3 an hour. $3 an hour. You know, it's not just, and this is easy. Most of us are lead. So we're not doing it for us. We're doing it for the future of our city and the people that step up and serve.
Thank you, Councilmember Mann. Further discussion, I'd like to bring the motion, which was seconded, to a vote, if okay. Okay, slow roll. This is to scrap both the salary and the healthcare. Councilmember Gully.
Frustratingly, I vote yes.
Councilmember Figueroa. Councilmember Steele.
No.
Councilmember Mann.
No.
Councilmember Conley Wilson.
No.
Councilmember Soriento.
Yes.
Council President Mantello, yes. We are now 4-3. The motion is failed, 4-3. So stating that, I'll let the majority find ways to figure out how to pay for the amendment.
Council President,
Councilmember Min.
I would like to make an amendment to delay hiring of the vacant auto mechanic position at the central garage. Currently budgeted for $50,195. With the delayed hiring, Andy, sorry. Very roughly saying. Currently has a delayed hiring date to April 1st. And I would like to propose delaying that hiring date to August 1st, which,
And I apologize, you have a motion.
and
Okay,
giving
then,
us approximately $15,000 here.
not sure if that does it. Andy,
I'll second that motion.
there's a second. Andy, does that do it? And while Andy's looking at that, I would, I think it's important to talk to the department to find out by doing that, what that does to the department's productivity, efficiency. And I mean, obviously, we've had hours upon hours upon hours of budget meetings. We've heard everything. We've heard staff shortage. We've heard the market, et cetera. But I think if you want to do that, we need to hear from the department.
Council President,
Council members,
you
Orienta.
know, well, I mean, we're really looking at disrupting basic services here to fund, you know. I get it's vacant position, but hopefully they're gonna get filled on, you know, I mean, this is, for one, it's a union position. Number two, I mean, this is a position to provide us with our basic services that we need. An auto mechanic is the one that actually fix the vehicles that have to go out there and plow snow and, you know, pick up garbage. And we wanna mess with those positions to fund health insurance for part-time. Part-time employees in the city of Troy are not eligible for health insurance, but we're gonna give it to council members? I'm sorry. So, you know what? I came in here, okay? I ran to be on the city council, okay? Knowing what the salary is, and I'm okay with that, because you know what? I am not doing it for the money. Knowing that health insurance is not gonna be provided. And you know what? I'm okay with that because I'm not here for that. I'm here to represent the people of Troy. Trust me, I work a lot, and I'll tell you that. But you know what, though? I'm not doing it for the money. I'm not doing it for, and I get it, but just can't believe it. We're really gonna disrupt basic services for this. I just, please, my gosh, I don't know. Oh, I got it.
All right, full disclosure, I got Bill Wangler. Bill, he's head of CSCA. Bill, we have a proposal on the floor to delay the hiring of auto mechanic, not the helper, the auto mechanic that's vacant from April to July, I believe, Andy.
Yeah, yes, essentially, because we have to shift it from the helper to the auto mechanic, so.
Okay. And, Bill, will that disrupt your at a council meeting? Obviously, you're, in the department, you're in the know. What will that do to operations in Central Garage? And just give it to us straight. I'm not setting you up.
Way, we need heavy mechanics, but we do definitely need mechanics, for sure. So I don't know why there was a delay. I never talked to Chris about this, but I do believe we need them. This is a mechanic.
Andy said yes.
And for how long?
Yes.
Yeah, well, I don't know why.
It's been vacant. Council President?
Yes.
This be Scotty, just
Into Scotty Lynch's position, Andy. He's gonna look it up.
Yes,
Yes,
Yeah, we're in desperate need of having a mechanic. We can't go, Scotty served most of the large vehicles, so all the large garbage trucks and, anything bigger dump trucks, that was handled over with Bay over there, he was. So,
no, the council's proposing to delay it even further. So it's been delayed through April, and now they're trying to find a way to pay for, as I mentioned, healthcare and a couple other things for council members, salary increases, so they want to delay it to July.
Okay, well, I mean, we're coming to the season winter where we're gonna have to. Yeah. Especially look at plow vehicles, short staffed as it is. So that's it in a nutshell, that's.
The council,
Spot. It gets tougher all the time, so.
Yeah. Thank you, Bill. That's, I need to hear it. Please stand by in case we call you. I know this is unorthodox, but we need to hear the operation. All right, thank you. Bye-bye.
So Council President,
Council
just to
member.
clarify, when I looked at those positions, I was actually asking him, what can we do? I was not
No.
100% saying that we was eliminating this position.
No.
No, but it was me that brought the idea.
No, but council member
Okay.
made a motion.
Okay, all right.
That's
yeah,
why.
Just clarify.
Yeah, not you. There was a motion
Yeah.
second on council members men's proposal. So, yep.
Just clarify.
Council President, how long, if I could ask Andy if he knows, how long the position has been vacant?
looks like since July 15th this year.
Thank you.
Couple months, not that long, just 5, 4. We have a motion, we have a second further discussion to delay the automobile. Yes, council member Miss.
I would like to point out that these, knowing we're working on a deadline. Finding fairly small amounts of money, which by the end of December could be rectified by literally renting 18 parking spots in the State Street garage. Literally parking spots versus health insurance. One Facebook ad, one press release, and we will have the money and this position, whatever position, it doesn't matter which position we propose to delay by a few months. It's no longer delayed. And I hope that in the transition between the two administrations, our current administration make sure that they're trying to maximize our revenue to the city. You've done a conservative, Andy has done a conservative estimate of our sales tax, which is in line with your approach to budgeting and respect. But again, it's the idea of cutting services versus the actuality. The actuality is, let's fill some vacant parking spots. It's not unreasonable. Let's get them filled, and we've got the cash. And that's it. That's it. But tonight, we have to find some way to move some numbers around. Next week, it's a moot point. It's a spot for it.
Thank you, council member Bain, council member Gully.
Andy, on your revenue projections on the parking garages, were they based on full occupancy?
Consistent with prior years, they're based off of the usage at the time the budget is.
that usage in prior years, was that at full capacity or were there spaces open then?
Fluctuated year by year.
I don't believe the council has the power to increase revenues, correct, Rick?
Pursuant
Thank you.
to.
Thank you. I'll let Rick, I know it, but I'll let,
Okay.
I'm very familiar with it.
So we have a very detailed budget process in our charter. And that charter gives, frankly, I mean, the council has a role to play, and so does the CFO of the city. And then the charter gives exclusive authority to the CFO to estimate the revenues, to estimate the judgments against the city, and to control the city, to state the city debt. The council, unfortunately, I mean, well, fortunately or unfortunately, that's the way it was designed.
Yep.
The council has no role in those projections. That doesn't mean you can't understand that when we fill the parking spaces, we may have more revenue. But in terms of the budget process, making the budget balanced and making it appropriations match expenditures, Andy's word is final on those items.
Thank you, Rick. Thanks. All right, further discussion on what Councilmember Figueroa is discussing some numbers. This is on the amendment to, delay the mechanic and, Councilmember Gully.
I just, again, we all know the situation would be put in the city of Troy. And I know there's nobody in that position now, but that was emptied in July. I don't know what the exerted effort was to fill that position, but I do know that that's gonna change. Because I think our fleet is built on the service that they get because it's all old equipment. And it's highly necessary to have an ample staff to repair that equipment quick, because I don't know if you guys know, but I received numerous calls that, hey, the truck is broke down, they're throwing garbage in it, throwing recycling in a garbage truck, the recycling truck broke down, or another, and we're consistently without pieces of equipment, and that's because we do lack the manpower to repair the equipment. I know the spot is since July, this is December. I can't answer you why it hasn't been filled, but I do know it's a necessity to have it filled, and I would have delayed it to April, because as soon as the snowplow season comes, and those guys start going out there with that equipment, and we start breaking it down, we're gonna need somebody in that seat, because we're not gonna be able to keep up with it. Last year there was somebody there, this year there's not, that's a mechanic, that's not an assistant, it's a mechanic. I mean, we've got to look at our fleet too, it's not like the newest under contract, warranted equipment, it's not. And it requires many little pieces of small integral repairs, It's not just like the motor training and these things, it's everything, valves, hydraulic valves, gates, the DFR, the diesel from streets and over. I just think that we're looking at this all wrong. I know you want to, all right, you guys have the power, you can do whatever, I'm gonna sit here and watch the show. Well, here's the reality of it, that you have to consider the people that you're taking out. Because in January, maybe there's a transition we need, when that weather starts to get real cold, we're gonna need guys in there.
But it's delayed already. It's already delayed.
Councilmember Gully
I
on
know,
the
but I
floor.
don't think it should be delayed to April, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I think that was a tactic.
Bill wasn't aware.
On the smart, for the staff of the city. But that's it.
Yeah.
That's what I was
Council
going. I'm everything. I'm sitting here watching.
Thank
the show.
you,
Totally
Councilmember
know
Gully.
that
Yes,
It's quite a,
Councilmember Steele.
it's definitely quite a show, that's for sure.
It's not a job.
Getting-
This is government,
It's getting to look that way.
this is government,
Could I ask you a question?
absolutely, Councilmember.
Okay, thank you. Andy, where are we at this point? About 10,000? Is that is that the discrepancy?
I think after we're back to where we were at one, $7,400
Okay,
over the.
Where's that?
okay. And we have a motion on the floor that we need to act on.
We have a motion on the floor, further discussion. Councilmember Gully. Councilmember Figueroa. Councilmember Steele.
No,
Councilmember Venn.
Yes.
Councilmember Conley Wilson.
no.
Councilmember Soriento.
No.
Councilman President Mantello, no. the motion to delay the auto mechanic failed 6-1. We're back at square one. I will, yes, council
We're
member.
gonna try again. Given the information that we have at hand and the robust discussion that we've had throughout the evening, I respectfully request that we remove the $10,000 from the council budget for legal counsel.
We have a motion on the floor, but I think, Andy, you still need a little more than that 10K, correct? No, but
7,400 over the cap, that would put you. Tight, it's up to the council how far under the cap you wanna be.
I think you need more.
Well,
But we have a motion on the floor to withdraw amendment number 3, which would be 10K. So is there a second to withdraw amendment number 3? There is no second. We're back to square one. I'd like the council chair, council member Conley Wilson.
Andy, do you know how much, year to date for overtime in the municipal CL 8170 municipal pickup? The overtime, what we are year to date right now,
Which department do you know?
general services, garbage,
Okay,
municipal pickup.
oh, that's a separate, it doesn't go to the general fund.
The general fund pays for the cost of that department.
Council President?
Councilmember Conley Wilson all set for now?
Yeah.
Councilmember Figueroa.
For the, page 135. General services part. The 3 there that are vacant. At 37,420.
Labor.
Yeah, there's 3.
Can you weigh in on them?
So, I'll say this generally speaking about the labor class, that when when we were putting the budget together, Kevin Graver brought up a very good point, that when you defer hiring, that council's prerogative, but they come from Kevin, that when there's a deferred hiring date of, and, I mean, the time the conversation was around April 1st, that it almost makes it close to, I won't say impossible, but very, very difficult to hire the labor class, because it's a non-competitive class. By the time they start to begin considering hiring the positions in March, most of the labor class will have already been hired by private industry, other local governments and things of that nature. So it really, really limits your hiring pool to begin with, which is why none of those positions had a deferred hiring date in the budget to begin.
I recall that conversation at general services.
Council President,
Councilmember Min.
okay. Lot, I don't remember if we have a motion, something on the floor at the moment. However,
There is no motion on the floor. Please feel free to ask Andy questions.
all right. I'm gonna refer council to page 134 for the consultant services, which line, it would be item 409, and that is mowing for the cemeteries and riverfront park, which is currently farmed out to a consultant. Last year, it was $30,526. This budget, we are currently budgeting $70,000 for lawn care. We do own our own lawnmowers and have people that we pay to mow lawns that are not outside consultants. If we were to reduce the budget line for those consultant services by $15,000. Putting us $8,000 under the tax cap, which not your 10, closer. That still leaves $55,000 for lawn mowing paid to non-city employees, which should be enough money to mow the lawns at one park and cemeteries, and still provides health insurance to city council. So I am making,
I know Andy's chomping at the bit, and I was going to ask you, A, how much have we paid to date, and B, go ahead with your thinking.
$64,340 year to date. It also includes tree removal at all the city parks.
And
As well.
the cemetery,
And,
Mount
right,
Ida.
yeah, it includes, that is not just lawn cutting, it's also
Right.
the tree removal, tree removal as well.
Council President,
Yes, Councilmember Steele.
would those who have supported the salary increase for city council consider a reduced amount? If we were to reduce it to $2,500 apiece, that gets us in at $17,500. And we are under the cap, and we're good to go.
Council President.
And it-
Councilmember Belli.
That's. So we reduce it from 5 to 2,500, and we make that money on the side, but what we're saying to the council members is, we'll give you 2,500 more a year to provide insurance for 2 members of the council.
Again,
I know what you're gonna say again, but it's what it is. It's 2 people in this council. 2 people. We're not working on the 7 members of the council. We're gonna have 2 individuals that are on the council that what did they do for today? And the 14 people who ran for office knowing they weren't getting health insurance. But yet they could really use a raise in their pocket. I mean, most people like to cash in their check. And they haven't had insurance here since I came on board in 2016. And it hasn't affected any council member in the 4 councils that I have been on. And I do realize that it's needed going forward, but I think doing it at this time, at this end of the budget, is just not the right time for that type of stuff. Spoken $58,000 for 2 people compared to $35,000 for 7 people. I have to look at this, brother, my calculation.
okay,
I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm just thinking that they can do better and the council can work on that. You stop screwing around with our services.
Council President,
Yes.
I'd like to make an amendment.
Yes,
to-
Councilmember Steele.
To reduce, the council salaries to 25.
We have a motion on the floor.
I mean, I'm sorry, yeah, I'm sorry, it's getting late, and my brain is,
Yeah.
I-
Councilmember Steele has made a motion to reduce the increase to the council members from $5,000 to $2,500. There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
second,
Councilmember Min seconds, discussion. Chair. Councilmember Conley Wilson.
I don't know how I feel about this. Sorry.
Trying to
That's
find
like
it.
all I have to say. Yeah, but I mean, my only other like thing that I can think of is maybe reducing the police uniform. Is that contractual? Andy, is that amount that you have in there, is that fully contractual or is that you had?
Andy.
You don't like.
Is it contractual? I mean, is it all contractual? No. Is it contractual to give like I said earlier, the increase is for their anticipated new hires. And that cost, that increase is contractual. So,
But yeah,
I would say that the
Stipulated
increase
in the
is from about $60,000 is correct.
I will once again just offer, I know it was, voted down, we would have to reconsider it, but I throw it out there, in my opinion, to go to this length for two council members, but at the same time, I get it. But as a happy medium, neither go forward, let the next council deal with health insurance and an increase. I'll throw it out there again.
We're in the middle of a,
There's no,
we have a motion, anytime we're in discussion.
I apologize. Yep.
Councilman, I call the
Councilmember
vote.
Gully, yep, the vote. So, council member Steele put a motion on the floor. It was seconded. We'll take slow roll. Councilmember Gully. Councilmember Figueroa. Councilmember Steele.
Yes,
Councilmember Min.
Yes.
Councilmember Conley Wilson. Councilmember Soriento. You know, this is a tough one because I don't support it at all. You know, I cannot vote yes when I don't support it. I vote no. It looks like I support it. So anyway, it's one of those, but, I don't support it at all. So I'm voting no on the motion. The motion does carry 4-3. Andy, you want to go crunch the numbers? Thank you. For the public out there, a motion, passed increasing the salaries for 2024. It initially was $5,000, it's now at 2,500 per council member. The votes were 4-3. And, now Andy is going to crunch numbers. We are on recess. All right, as Matthew McConaughey would say, all right, all right, all right. Okay. A little flattery. Stating that, I am now, we're coming back from recess. Andy has some new numbers for us. Stating that, we have a council-elect, Brian. I am going to authorize as chair of the finance. Brian would like to speak as an incoming council member. Brian,
Hey,
if you don't mind at the podium, name and proximity address.
Brian Brosnan, I live in it's 164th. I got elected as District 2 City Council elect, so I'm coming in, directly effective date. I am not one of the two, elects coming in with, I have health insurance coming in. But the way I get my health insurance is through the IBW. The way our health insurance breaks down is a single payer. I, take my money out of my health allowance, pay for it out of that account. Instead of doing that, I can instead take this new health insurance and roll it over right into my retirement. So if we're giving away health insurance, I definitely do that.
You are offering health insurance right now to two incoming council members, and now a third has come forward wanting health insurance. You are going to have to amend this budget because you cannot discriminate against an incoming council member who can save money, who is paying money into his health insurance for the IBW. So stating that, Andy, what would that number be if we have a third council member? You cannot discriminate against a council member who now wants health insurance. So first we'll get an estimate and then, we're gonna be told that now you have to find that money to pay for a third.
Council President.
While Andy's looking that up, council members, sorry.
Well, it is a question for Andy. I do apologize. So when we are doing the budget though, with the health insurance, do we have to assume that it has to be family coverage?
I don't want to out him, but I just asked him what type of coverage.
I know, but
So,
the way you do your budget
yeah,
though,
no, so we budget off of current enrollment at the city, single family plan, which is why I asked him that question. Assuming that based off of now, three council member elects saying that they would take it one single to families, is how I came up with.
Fair enough. So we'll wait for that number and now the majority will have to find that money.
what happened to that world?
We didn't vote for it. If I voted for it, I worked with you. Not for the health insurance. All right, we are still live.
So
Yeah.
hypothetically speaking, well, after hearing that, you're now $765 back under the tax. No, I'm sorry. What, $765 over the tax cut? I mean, and based off of that conversation, I would say that amendment number 4 on your sheet that was marked for 58,049 is to be changed to 70,293.
All right, so. Amendment number 4, which passed for 3 health insurance for incoming council. It'll have to be amended, by whoever, up to 70,293. And then the money, how much is short, Andy?
700, well, you're back over the cap, $765. I mean, essentially,
You still.
oh, you gotta find $12,244. That's how much went in for it, so that's how much would need to be found essentially.
Okay.
Take away another 500 from the income accounts?
Take away everything, why not?
I don't want to.
Well, it doesn't feel like anyone wants to work on it.
There was a proposal to scrap both. And I guess the question is, Rick, while, folks are looking through the budget, Rick, what's to stop others? I mean,
Can you repeat the question?
what's to stop others? And obviously, once you open this up, other council members, this has.
You have to open it up to all.
Yeah.
You have to open it up to all council. And it's a potential liability if everyone took a family plan, current rate of approximately $210,000.
$210,000 on top of it, the policy still has not been amended.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
policy has not been amended yet. Did want to clarify, I mean, we budget for what we reasonably expect to be the actual expense. So when I left this room a while ago, we thought it was 2. It's 3. Okay, now it's 3.
Hold on, I just got a call, no.
You don't know that.
He's now out now that I think that he will get money and it'll go back into his health, flex account. My husband, he would have money. It saves him money. I don't know. I am waiting, for the sponsor of the health insurance, Councilmember Mint.
So we have an amendment that has that reduced the amount of money. And now we need another $10,000, well, 12,000.
13. It's at 12, but.
Well, I'd like to make a proposal for an amendment to I gotta do some. I'd like to make an amendment to withdraw the option for health insurance and increase proposed city council salaries to $10,000 by 5. Believe that would keep us under the tax cap remove that uncertainty, and bring council close to, but not all the way to what a cost of living increase over 13 years would have been paying each. It keeps us under the tax cap. It acknowledges the work of council. And unfortunately, we can't find the money for healthcare. At least it allows people that who are coming into council the ability to offset some of their healthcare costs. So I don't know how to break that into.
Well, a couple of things. So we have an amendment on the floor to withdraw amendment number 4. And then we have an amendment on the floor to increase amendment number 5 from, don't forget, we reduced it to 2,500. So now you need to increase it by 7,500 for each member. And are you kidding me? I'm embarrassed right now, honestly. I'll let Andy,
Oh, I'm thinking it.
I know, but I know. Because you're essentially 58, don't forget 58K you budgeted. So I need Andy to work out the numbers on what's going to be needed, because it's not a wash. And you reduce the council from 5 to 25, you're getting rid of the healthcare by 58 and change. So we gotta figure out that now. And now you want to bump the council by 7,500.
Council President.
Well, can I just get clarification?
Yeah, I need clarification.
So
So
So the currently right now, there's been an amendment approved to increase each council member's salary $2,500 a year.
correct.
The new proposal is to essentially take
Increase
the
that,
2,500 and up it to 10,000 and then remove the health insurance. Am I
Correct.
understanding all that? Okay.
correct. So Councilmember Men, who is proposing this, will need to know how much from there, et cetera. And I'm just shocked that the council would vote to raise salaries by 10K for incoming council member. I just, perplexed, but we haven't voted yet. If you want to go in your office, you feel free. I There, I'll split it with you. Hello, we are on recess. Andy is going back to his office. This is, anyway. Thank you. So, Anthony, what do we have? And I'm gonna need one also to. Maybe Irene, I can borrow your sharpener.
Yeah. Yeah, you can put on that.
Oh my God.
We are live right now, please. Andy,
So can we just take a step back for a second? Under the
yes,
hypothetically, it all passes. The amendments that then would be approved this evening would be the $70,000 increase in golf revenues. The hiring of number one, all of two.
Yep.
Number three, as amended, with $10,000 as a consultant service to the city council. Number four would then be withdrawn. Number five would be changed from 35,000 to 70,000.
remember it was reduced, so 2,500.
But
Well, I'm going
But
back,
yes.
we're going all, I wanna go
Yeah.
all the way back to
Yeah.
the beginning, how we started the
Yeah.
unit. Okay.
Yep.
And that point. It would be $13,000 under the tax cap.
And that's a $10,000 raise to each council member coming in. Why don't you guys, I should say the majority and council member men, think about if you're giving something to the council, give something to the public. Let's work on that tax cap.
give them an engineer.
All right, so council member men, you have a motion on the floor. Andy, do you have the numbers again?
Well,
Do you need,
I,
Well, wait,
I,
well, wait.
I'll put
We will
in
wait.
the passes and then
Yeah.
I'll,
and how much under the tax cap? 13. and change.
13,000.
So we have a motion on the floor. The first, let's first, vote on number 4, withdrawing the health insurance. We have a motion on the floor to withdraw health insurance for the council, incoming council, in 2024. There's a motion. Is there a second? Second, Councilmember Conley Wilson, discussion. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries to withdraw number 4, 7-0. Now, we're going to amend, let's see, amendment number 5, which was approved for a $2,500 raise for the 2024 incoming council. There is a motion by Councilmember Men to raise that by $7,500 to $10,000 for each council member coming in next year. There's a motion. Second. Is there a second? There's a second, Councilmember Conley Wilson. On the discussion, I'm gonna take a slow roll. On the discussion, Councilmember Gully.
Just a little.
Yep.
We started out with a $5,000 raise. And then we took away 2,500. Made it 17,500. And now we want to add 10,000 to that to make it 27,500?
No, 20. 25. It's a 10,000.
Oh, to go, okay,
No,
well, I'm just saying. okay,
Yeah.
So we're gonna go.
Pine Bridge.
So, listen, I told you, the number I came up with was bigger than that in the beginning, but then I had to sit back. And I'm the one who proposed, it, okay? So, and I've been pushing for that, talk to every one of you about why we're doing this. But here's what I wanna say. We serve the residents of this city. I felt that doing a $5,000 raise is fair to the council members, but not over exceedingly pushed onto the taxpayers, as this was just the first step, and I hope many steps as we progressively move along. I appreciate, it's not just taking money from Peter and giving it to Paul here. We still have to think about who we represent, and I think $5,000 was a fair starting point without over excessively, going too far, pushing too much, being too big on this. Geez, Sam. Councilperson, man, I'm sorry, did I say that out loud? Yeah, I'm guilty of that a lot. I think 10,000 is just too much. I just think, I know you look confused, but here's what I'm saying. I know, but listen, given the we have to take into consideration what we're doing for the council. We also have to consider what we're doing for the taxpayers. Now, you have enough votes. I'm just saying that I think 10,000 would be, jumping from 20 to 15 to 25,000 is a big jump. And now we're looking at spending $70,000 a little bit more. We were looking to get that appreciative bump of 5,000 a council person and say, look, this is a start for us to move forward. After 13 zeros, this is a start. I'm just really frustrated right now because it's hard for me to go from 10,000 per council member at this time. But I understand where you're coming from. That's why. But I know you have the votes. But
No, this is on the vote.
I just can't go that far. I'd like to see it reduced a little bit, but I definitely would support it at a different number, lower. I just think it's too much on the taxpayer. That's it.
You vote no. Councilmember Figueroa. Councilmember Steele.
I did not support the raises at 5,000. I reduced it to 2,500. I understand Councilmember Men's thinking here that this would provide some help to an incoming council person who needs health insurance. It would help defray that cost. But I cannot support this.
No.
Councilmember Ben.
So. $10,000 always feels like a lot. But it works out to be $32 a paycheck. And $10,000, it's been 13 years. If we had not even kept caught up with inflation, city council would have gotten a $769 annual raise, and we would still be under keeping up with inflation.
Councilmember.
I vote yes.
Councilmember Conley Woodson. Aye. Councilmember Soriento.
I can't, no.
And as the deciding vote, I consistently vote no. The amendment number 5 fails. 4-3. Now, Andy, do you want to do some numbers?
Yes. I would-
Still at 2,500.
It's still at 2,500. Yep. So we are now under the tax cap, $2,500 raise, that it will, you amended number 5, which was at 2,500. So now I am going to vote on the amended resolution 109. Is there a motion? Oh, you gotta do numbers.
And
So there's more of it. Are there any more of it?
yes,
Okay.
I would like to propose an amendment to change the increase in city council salaries from 2,500. Right?
This is embarrassing, that literally you're talking about war. Councilmember Men is bickering with Councilmember Gully. Please, make your motion, please.
I'm proposing increase in salaries $6,000. $6,000 remains. for the tax
People
cap.
are nuts. I'm sorry, but you are.
There's a motion on the floor. It is an embarrassment, I agree. There's a motion on the floor to now go from 2,500 to 7,500 to 10 grand, back down to 5.
$6,000.
Now we're at 6. This, I hope people are watching a mockery of
They are.
Think they're watching.
Councilmember Min made a motion to raise the salaries, which are at 2,500 apiece for the incoming council to 6 grand apiece to the incoming council. Andy,
It's under the cap, I mean, it's under.
Yeah. okay, so on the discussion. Sorry, we have a motion, is there a second? Second. Second, Councilmember Conley Wilson, we're gonna take slow roll. Councilmember Gully.
We all-
I'm sitting here, I'm thinking that. Like,
Councilmember Mann.
technically, it's 192. I proposed this at 5,000. This is tragedy, that we've come this far full circle. To get back to where we started, simplification, we put it on 2.5, 3 hours ago.
Thank God you're not doing it for the money.
No, really. Gas money.
Councilmember Mann, please.
I'm gonna vote no.
Councilmember Figueroa. I'm sorry. Councilmember Figueroa, yes. Councilmember Steele.
Jim, you're,
I'm
You-
playing the field here,
I'm flabbergasted.
jerking me around all night.
You gave it at 5, and we'll go for 6. Well, I have been consistent and I voted against this all along and I will again.
Councilmember Mann.
Vote yes.
Councilmember Conley Wilson. No. Councilmember Soriano.
Still no.
And I have consistently voted no. The motion number 5 failed, 5-2. It is at $2,500. Andy, I think, did you do the 2,500 without the health insurance? So you have the numbers? Okay, all right, thank you. We are going to recess. Andy is going to crunch those final numbers and we'll be back, folks. All right, we're back at it. Andy, give us, the numbers, please.
For the resolution,
Yeah, just so council members have it, it be it resolved, Andy's going to give us numbers if you want to write it in.
be it
They've changed about 5 times, so I have a lot crossed out there. Yeah,
Be it resolved in the alternative, if the city council hereby adopts an amended budget with the appropriations to be in the amount of 82,110,895, the general fund. 5481825, the garbage fund. 13931,662, the water fund.
wait a minute, an extra number there, sorry, 13,
931,662.
oh, so it's 13, yeah, very good. Thank you.
3980124 in the sewer fund. And 7279774, the debt service fund.
Okay. All right, so, we are all good now with amendments. We are going to vote on resolution 109 as amended. Is there a motion? So moved. Motion, Councilmember Conley Wilson. Is there a second? Second. Second, Councilmember Steele. Discussion.
Council President,
Councilmember Gomez.
I'd like to make an amendment. No, I'm only kidding.
Okay. On the discussion, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Nay. Councilmember Gully, nay. Resolution 109 carried 4-3. All right. Now I will take a motion to adjourn. Oh, I apologize. No, sorry. We, bear with me. Yeah, we're gonna. All right. All right. Back to the. We are now at ordinance 81, ordinance appropriating the various amounts of money as, little typo there, as approved in the city of Troy budget for fiscal year 2024 and levying taxes on all taxable property within the city of Troy in the amount required to be raised by property taxes for the fiscal year 2024. Councilmember Steele, at the request of the administration, is there a motion? Moved. Motion, Councilmember Conley Wilson, is there a second? Second. Second, Councilmember Men, discussion? All in favor?
We need to amend it.
Up. Hold on, let me get my back up, Andy. Yep, I got it, ordinance 80, oh, yes, we do. Section 4.
Section 4. The number needs to be changed to 28360,799. Section 5.
Yep.
Needs to be changed to 28810,799.
Fair enough. Per that amendment proposal, I'll make a motion to amend. Is there a second? Second. Second, Councilmember Steele. Discussion on the amended ordinance. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Nay. No. Councilmember Kelly?
The numbers?
Yeah.
We're not voting on the ordinance, right?
This is the amended ordinance. Okay. Motion, the amendment carries 5-2. On the amended ordinance, is there a motion? Motion, Councilmember Conley Wilson, is there a second? Second, Councilmember Steele, discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Nay. Okay, the ordinance carries 4-3. All right, now I'll take a motion to adjourn and we'll go right into the special meeting. We have a motion by Councilmember Conley Wilson, second by Councilmember Gully, all in favor? Aye, opposed? All right, let's, go into the special meeting. All right, if we could stand for the pledge of allegiance. No, 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 no. 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 The order we're gonna be doing, folks, ordinance 83, 82, Reso 109, ordinance 81. Oh, 75, you've got it over here. All right, ready? Hold on. All right, roll call.
Councilmember Gully,
Still here.
Councilmember Figueroa, Councilmember Steele,
Present.
Councilmember Ben. Here. Councilmember Conley Wilson. Here. Councilmember Sorrento. Here. Council President Manzello.
I'm here.
All are here.
Approval, no approval, that's a typo, presentation of the agenda, the budget items which just passed our almost 5-hour finance meeting. I'll now open it up to the public forum. Would anyone like to speak on any item on the agenda?
Folks, my name is Greg Campbell Cohen. I live over at Ida. I wanted to express gratitude to the administration for introducing ordinance 83 and to the council for voting it out of finance. I will pass it momentarily. I do actually want to double back to the earliest controversy of the night there was reticence expressed regarding raising golf fees in 2 consecutive years on the basis that it would be unfair to golfers. I find this interesting because it immediately preceded a unanimous vote in favor of raising water rates, which also happened. I do want to remind the council that the golf course loses actually quite a lot of money, and every dollar that the golf course loses is a dollar paid by all Trojan taxpayers, the vast majority of whom do not play golf. They do, however, drink water. I want to note that water is the basis of all life on planet Earth, and golf is a sport that is played in funny pants for leisure. So the notion that like one of these things is like protected from this like bizarre sort of doctrine of fairness, while the drinkers of water are not, I find quite offensive, and as painful as the last 5 hours has been, I think would be a lot more painful without these changes to record. I find this ethically revolting, honestly, but I'll just leave it there. Thank you very much. I hope it passes.
Have a good night, Greg. Anyone else like to speak on any item on the agenda?
Boy, after what I heard tonight, I think I'd rather fight another bear than sit through a session like this. Before I get to my main point, let me just quickly address a couple of points. The engineer, you would think that 5 months out of Harbor Point Gardens fiasco, it wouldn't even be a question about whether we should fund an engineer. We shouldn't even be balancing the hiring of an engineer on any other issue. Let's be clear. The world now recognizes that had the city had an engineer in June of this year, none of the 135 tenants and 42 cats and dogs would have been made homeless and thrown into the streets. Because contractual obligations, terms, and agreements between the city and private engineering firms basically mandate that a private engineering firm err excessively on the side of caution, because they would be liable, both the company and to some degree, the owners would face fiduciary penalties and embarrassment, to say the least. Number two, due to that, they have no incentive to look outside the box. They have no incentive, and they had no incentive to mitigate dislocation. A city engineer is a different animal. He faces no liability, nor does the city, if he was to make a mistake in a determination such as whether the brick walls would pose a hazard to the tenants. So the engineer of the city has the twofold responsibility: safety, and number two, mitigating dislocations to the city he serves. And I'm not going to go into the alternatives because we've already discussed them in hearings, but they would have been instituted. As far as lawyers go, the council absolutely should have a minority and majority attorney. There's no question that attorneys could look at a certain piece of legislation and either through political predilections or because of an honest view in a difference of opinion of what a legislation draft should look like. This argument about whether the council should have a minority and majority attorney fails on multiple levels to deny that it should exist. For example, every large and medium legislative body in the United States of America has a minority and majority council. Here in Troy, we're still arguing over it. It's absurd, especially since if the minority, what is the minority today on the council, but is to be the majority tomorrow, what fear do you have? You would have a 4-3 majority to vote against any legislation proposed by the minorities in the council. But as I've heard today from a few council members, the fact that these lawyers on both sides could possibly work together to come out with a better piece of legislation is something we shouldn't overlook. This salary and healthcare issue. Honestly, are you folks tone deaf to what's happening in the real world? No one that I've spoken to believes that even a $2,500 raise was warranted for the council members. You know, years ago, I took a constitutional law class, and the adjunct professor was Melinda Katz. Many of you may know her. You're shaking your head. She may be your governor one day. She's held every office you can think of down in New York City. And during the course of the class that she's supposed to be teaching us a lesson on constitutional law, she's bringing up the gripe, and this is going back 30 years or so. She's bringing up the gripe that she's not being paid enough as a member of the New York State Assembly, despite the fact that it's a part-time job. So while she's teaching us, complaining she's not making money, what she's actually doing is asking to be paid twice. While she's teaching us, she's getting a salary, but claiming she's not getting enough money, so she'd actually be getting 2 salaries to teach us if she got an increase. And that's what's been going on here today. No one gets a $5,000 raise. And I know you guys sometimes take exception to this. In the real world, where I come, in the private sector. Now, you know that there's 150 million people in this country that are on Medicaid or Medicare. You think they want to be on that? But they don't have a city council fighting to give them free health care. That's why there's 150 million people. You know, there's 27 million other people in this country that have no health care at all. And you know why? Because they don't have a city council fighting to give them free health care. There's 3 million people that have underserved health care. And that's also because there's no city council for them fighting to give them health care. This is a part-time job. I don't care what anybody says about how much work goes into this position. If anyone thinks that this council is going to be able to attract a higher quality candidate because you raised the salary by $5,000, think again, because you're dealing with a political system which people have to be selected through. And that's the reason that politics doesn't draw the highest quality candidates, not because the salary is low, because the people who really want to do this job and have ethical values stand for what Councilman Soriento said. They're doing the job because they want to serve the people.
Eric, I'm gonna ask you to start wrapping it up. Thank you. I know you stay on 5 hours, so.
My final point, what I'm here for tonight, essentially, the main point. I want to thank the council, each and every member, for conducting hearings into the fiasco at Harbor Point Gardens. On behalf of myself, the tenants at Harbor Point Gardens, and the hundreds of other people, both landlords and tenants, I want to thank you for conducting that, because it's not only tenants, it's landlords have come up to me and said, it's a good thing we did this, because they're blackening the name of decent landlords who do want to provide quality housing. So they thank you. They thank me. And I thank them for thanking me. So I want to start off with, you know, we heard a lot of stuff. So we thank Councilman Steele for initially bringing up the resolution to ask for subpoenas to begin with. Thank you very much. And also, I guess I mean, quality highlight on Councilman Steele's part when she, after sitting here listening to Jay Friedman, the landlord, Councilman Steele was in disbelief and shock as the rest of us, and she commented, after listening to you, it sounds like you're talking out of both sides of your mouth. Then I thank you for pointing that out to the landlord. Councilman Gully, when you questioned Mr. Friedman, then you asked him, well, didn't you notice these walls were falling down? And he admitted it wasn't a high priority. For Councilman Soriento, you expressed sympathy for every single tenant that came up here and exhibited their dismay and anguish and sufferings. And I thank you personally for that, for myself and on behalf of the tenants that are still suffering today. To Councilman Conley Wilson, who gave the input of our own experiences being a tenant. To Councilman Figueroa, who showed empathy to the people and offered your restaurant for both workspace and food. And to Madam President of the Council Montello for continuously and emphatically raising the issue and the statement exclaiming, "We must hold the landlord's feet to the fire." And I can tell you that 2 weeks ago, I filed a $155,000 lawsuit against 182 of Delaware LLC, and it's only the first of a Niagara Falls of landslide of lawsuits to come. But what I just detailed were only words. I heard the council members decry that you're only a legislative body. And you wish you could have done more. And I pointed out alternatives. But tonight, I stand before you with another alternative. And I ask you to complete your term by fulfilling a responsibility to every landlord, every tenant, every visitor, and every prospective resident of Troy, New York, by creating a Troy City Landlord-Tenant Relations Council. I submitted to each one of you the authorizing law, General Municipal Law 239C. I also submitted to each council member the enabling legislation, which I do have to, it has to be amended slightly. It doesn't comply with state law on review. There's just a couple of sentences. Now, look, I didn't just fish this out of a hat. Every time I've come before this council and spoken to you about issues of housing, I have my concern is based on the principle of maintaining, protecting, preserving, and revitalizing the housing of our city. This council would be dedicated to doing that. The enabling legislation I synthesized from the enabling legislation that exists in other municipalities across the state. For example, Ossining, New Paltz, there's many other places in the state that have this board in place. So I'm asking you here tonight to create this board, which would be designed to create harmony between landlords and tenants in the city. It would be a tool to be used by the policymakers and elected officials, in that this board will do the research, gather the data, present reports and recommendations to the policymakers on how we can improve our housing stock. So tonight, I'm asking all or any one of you to insert a line item into the budget tonight for a Troy City Landlord-Tenant Relations Council with an appropriation of $250. These positions, the 7-member board, is unsalaried. Don't let the people down of our city. They watched from day one what happened in Harbor Point Gardens. And like me, they expect before your term expires to do something about it. Create the Landlord-Tenant Relations Council.
Thank you, Eric. Thank you. Eric, did you email us, that proposed legislation?
I did.
Thank you.
I emailed to everybody.
Thank you.
I sent you Councilman Steele, I sent you a specific individual email to you. I'll send it to you again, but I did send you one just to, I sent one just to Councilman Steele, because when I put out the first one, I realized I didn't include her in the listing. And then I also sent it to all council members as well, but I'll send you another one. And
Thank you.
I would also say to the council, go online and take a look at the websites of some of the other municipalities that have this. They present, and I just take another minute, because I forgot to mention that another main aspect of this council is it was designed to open up an avenue for mediation between landlords and tenants, which would, in many cases, eradicate the need for these folks to have to go through a legal court process. Both landlords and tenants sometimes are squeezed in the process. More so tenants, but landlords who are small landowners, I'm not talking about the kind of residential complex that we dealt with off, of course. But the small landlords also don't have the money to file a notice of petition and get a lawyer and go through this. So the mediation would provide avenues of opportunity that wouldn't normally open to people who have no opportunity to do so through the legal system. We'd be saving an enormous amount of resources. But not only that, our city would be building credibility across the nation. We could be a absolute shining beacon and return this city to the history it once had, the Collar City.
Thank you, Aaron. Thank you. Thank you. And we will take a look at that legislation. Thank you.
Yeah, no, the legislation, I was gonna, you come
Okay.
later, next, someone puts forward to hold a budget item for it now, gets it on the books. And you'll still need to pass the resolution of the enabling legislation, which I labeled chapter 88, and has to be stuck in the code.
Thank you, Eric. Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak to the council?
John Kane, 161 Washington Street. I would first like to say how disappointed I am that outgoing members of council who understood how much council people work, how much time they spend, how much effort they put in, how much time they spend away from their families, and had the opportunity to adjust compensation, decided not to do so this year. I think for people who had spent so much time talking about how underpaid they were, to kick the can to the next council and tell them to take care of it themselves shows that you're really not representing them. You're really not representing the next council. You just threw them under the bus. And I'm not really sure why. I'm Emily Mann's tenant. I have seen her spend so much time away from her business that could have made her money helping constituents. Steve Figueroa isn't even able to come to council meetings because he has a business to run, because he can't afford to do this job and do it alone. County Conley Wilson, has consistently worked so hard and isn't able to run again because they simply can't afford it. And Irene, you're working 3 jobs. And for you to say that you didn't need health insurance and that wasn't the reason that you took the job is fine. But other people do, and you did say it.
John.
And I would also like to know, I'm gonna keep going. I would also like to say how disappointed that I am in the council president to call all of this a tragedy, when the fact of the matter is, in the time that I've spent watching this council, I have seen very little happen. If you guys are still concerned about how much you're spending, you should have earned the respect of your constituents by bringing in new revenue. And I have seen very little of that from this council, and I've seen very little of it from the council president. And quite honestly, if you had brought in new revenue, this would have been a no-brainer. And you tossed it to the next council. And you're not gonna be able to do this again for 4 years. This affects the ability of people who are trying to recruit candidates to represent their city to do so. It affects the decisions that potential candidates make. Some of you who are coming back to the council, I don't know, maybe you're just afraid of the competition. Whatever it was, you seem to have changed your mind, but you really dropped the ball, and I'm very disappointed.
Thank you, John. Would anyone else like to speak to the council on any item on the agenda? Okay, we're going to close the public forum part. Maria, let's rock and roll here. Nope. No, remember, we go A3.
Right, ordinance 83, right?
Yep, A3, A2, 109, 81.
Ordinance 83, ordinance,
Maria, can you just pull it down so the thing?
ordinance 83, ordinance amending chapter 216 of the Troy City Code, Councilmember Steele at the request of the administration.
Is there a motion? Motion, Councilmember Conley Wilson, is there a second? Second, Councilmember Min, discussion, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? No. Jim, you or no? No, Jim is the no, and Councilmember Gully is the no. Five, sorry. Five ayes, two noes, ordinance 83 passes. Ordinance 82. Ordinance 82, ordinance amending the code of rules and regulations of the Department of Public Utilities to establish new water and sewer rates. Councilmember Steele at the request of the administration. Is there a motion? So moved. Motion, Councilmember Conley Wilson. Is there a second? Second, Councilmember Steele. Discussion. All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
No. Oh. Sorry.
Okay, you can change.
Aye.
So was everybody right? Unanimous. 7 ayes, 0 noes. Ordinance 82 passes. Resolution 109. Resolution 109, resolution adopting the mayor's recommended budget for the city of Troy for fiscal year 2024. Adopting an amended budget for the city of Troy for fiscal year 2024 amended. Councilmember Steele at the request of the administration. Is there a motion? Motion, Councilmember Conley Wilson. Is there a second? Second, Councilmember Steele. Discussion. Gonna just explain my vote on this. I do want to say, many hours were put in over many weeks. We heard from several departments. I must say, there are some good proposals, some good amendments passed this evening concerning engineering. But there are a number of good proposals, while at the same time, I've consistently talked about some of the proposals, including the garbage tax, which I feel many know was not supposed to be permanent, is today. I have an opportunity to come in next year and change some of the budget and to think differently, and I intend to do so. So I'm voting no, and I do plan next year to amend the budget in different ways. And Councilmember Figueroa, one example is the DEI, and that will be filled in January. So saying that there is going to be some change, but that's next year, and so I vote no on this resolution. Further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? No. 5 ayes, 0 no, 5 ayes, 2 noes.
4-3.
Councilmember Gully, Councilmember Gully said no.
I'm mumbling.
4 ayes, 3 noes. Resolution 109 passes. Ordinance 81. Ordinance 81, ordinance appropriating the various amounts of money as approved in the city of Troy budget for fiscal year 2024 and levying taxes on all taxable property within the city of Troy in the amount required to be raised by property taxes for the fiscal year 2024 budget. Councilmember Steele at the request of the administration. Is there a motion? So moved. Motion, Councilmember Conley Wilson. Is there a second? Second, Councilmember Steele. Discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? No. 4 ayes, 3 noes. Ordinance 81 passes. Now we will open them for the last and final public forum of the special meeting. Would anyone like to speak regarding various issues? I'll close the last public forum. I'll take a motion to adjourn. Motion, Councilmember Conley Wilson. Is there a second? Second, Councilmember Figueroa. All in favor? Aye. Opposed?